on Monday to even up their playoff series at 2 games apiece. Tonight, Game 5 on the road. Jared Allen knows the Cavs got to figure out a way to get a victory in Detroit.
Winning 2 games, it's a lot of momentum, but we have to learn to win on the road. We still have a lot of things that we need to figure out, and hopefully we can build off of this.
Cavs will try to win their first road game of the playoffs. Cleveland 0-5 away from Rocket Arena. It's going to be up to somebody else to figure out the future. Joel Embiid in Philadelphia, the 76ers firing team president Daryl Morey. On Tuesday, the Sixers upset Boston in the first round of the playoffs, but then got swept in the semifinals by New York. Head coach Nick Nurse, he gets to keep his job. Lucky him. Guardians going to try for the 3-game sweep of the Angels this afternoon. The series comes to a close. Guardians winning last night 3-2 despite getting only 4 base hits. 2 of those coming from Angel Martinez, and that included a solo home run. Parker Messick gets the start today. 4-1, 2.30 ERA. First pitch at Bickerstaff Field is set for 1:10. Browns will not be traveling outside the country for a game this coming season. The international schedule announced by the NFL this morning. It turns out the rest of the AFC North will need their passports. Week 3, Ravens going to play the Cowboys in Rio. Week 7 in Paris, Steelers take on the Saints. And Week 9 in Madrid, the Bengals face the Falcons. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
The only place to get ready for the NBA playoffs. Weekday mornings in the CLE. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan.
Oh, man, I am amped, ready to roll, feel good about our Cavaliers. Did a nice job at home. They took 2. They tied this series up at 2 games apiece, and now off to Detroit, the Motor City, for Game 5 of this Eastern Conference semifinal. The winner will get the New York Knicks in about best-of-3 series away. The Knicks sit back, relax, and chill and watch this whole thing as the Cavaliers and Pistons will fight it out tonight on ESPN, 8 o'clock tip-off. My name is Andy Baskin. His name is Jeff Phelps. Dan Mennigan is here. Meredith Kane is here as well. John Schuman's going to join us at 11:20, a little bit after 11. He is from NBA.com. Hughes Norton, our buddy. You know he wrote that book, Rainmaker, Super Agent Hughes Norton, and the Money Grab Explosion of Golf, From Tiger Woods to Live and Beyond. He is going to join us at high noon as we get set for another major for the PGA. Looking forward to that. And Chris Rose, longtime friend of the show, joins us at 1 o'clock. He'll give us a perspective on all Cleveland sports as the national sports guy. Also, your play-by-play guy for the Cleveland Browns during the preseason on television will join us at 1 o'clock. We are all set. It is the table is set. We are ready to eat. He is Jeff Phelps. Hello, Jeff. How are you?
You brought food?
I did. Oh, no.
Where's the food?
The food is downstairs.
You said table.
You know where the food is.
Table set. Where is it?
You know where it is.
Do you usually bring food? You're
it's
a nice
big
guy.
Day. Yeah, I normally would.
All right.
I didn't have any. You excited? You ready? You good?
For the game?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Let's
see
man.
what happens.
Let's see what happens. Get on board with those Cavaliers.
Can the Cavs play better on the road than they've played so far?
Can they? Answer the question.
Well, yes, I would think so. I mean, they're good enough to win on the road in the playoffs. So are the Pistons. That's a problem.
Are you more optimistic now that they came back and took 2 games? Like you've said, you said Pistons in 7? 6. Pistons in 6. And tonight was really a huge turning point in your prediction. I can tell you that because one way or another, it always is.
I mean, Game 5 is, to me, Game 3 can be huge. Game 5 is huge. You know, Game 3 is...
Because odd numbers are funnier. Let's not forget that. Said Les Levine.
Actually true.
It is true.
You're up 3-2. You've got, obviously, I mean, just do the math. You got a great chance. I wish the Cavs luck tonight. I think the Pistons will be very ready. If I'm the Pistons, I'm still feeling really good about myself, even after giving up a 24-0 run. They never went away in that game, even though they were, it felt like the Cavs were in control. But even after that 24-0 run, here come the Pistons again. And then you get into the fourth quarter. And then you get late in the fourth quarter when the game was out of reach.
Mm-hmm.
But here they come again. And they've played really, really hard. Playing hard is not as good as playing well, but I think they're capable of doing both.
I kind of look at that game 4 like a race. And, early on it was close. It was all of a sudden the Cavaliers had fell behind for 5 meters, 10 meters. And then all of a sudden you start hitting the backstretch and all of a sudden, boom, there you go. Now the Cavaliers are out by now a 100-meter race. They're probably 40 meters out. And the Pistons are trying to run and run and run and run and run. And finally, when the race ended, I felt like the Cavaliers probably won by 10 meters, 10 or which is a significant when you're running a 400-meter race. But I look at that, and I look at the way that game played out, and I still was holding my breath at the end of the game, fearful that when they got inside or close to 10 points there late in the game, even with less than a minute to go, I was like, oh man, they're not going to figure out a way to mess this thing up. And then Mobley came up with a big dunk, and then all of a sudden you were like, whew, wow, all right, I feel better. I feel bad. If this team plays,
and it's a good playoff series.
Yeah, it really is.
It's two very evenly matched teams. They have little different styles, and they have different talent. But I think it's a very evenly matched series, and the Cavs are very capable of winning this thing. So are the Pistons.
Yeah, I think I'm fearful for the gigantic Cade Cunningham game, right? I mean, he's done a fantastic job in the series.
Well, the last game was the first time he's been held under 20 in the playoffs, but you expect that from him.
Right.
It's like Donovan. You expect Donovan to go get 20 to 30 points every game.
I know this could be the Cade Cunningham game for sure. And it just
if it's the Cade Cunningham game, you know what that means? It means Cavs can win. What they need to be fearful of is the Cade Cunningham does his thing, and boy, look at Tobias Harris put up 30. Look at Duncan Robinson, who's listed as questionable tonight, hit 5 3-pointers. Cade Cunningham alone is not going to beat the Cavs. That's not happening. That won't happen. They need help for him. And I think the Cavs have more top-of-the-line talent than the Pistons do. It's when Cunningham has his 25 and his 11 assists and somebody else goes nuts. A guy to watch tonight, I think, is Jalen Duren. He
plays better at home.
Did not jump through the roof when he was here in Cleveland. And I think he's a really good young player, and I would be a little hesitant about his abilities tonight. He's the guy, I think, who could hurt you.
So we were talking about this on the way in our conference call, and I came out and said, what is the problem? Why are they struggling so much on the road in the playoffs? They haven't won a road game in the playoffs. They've won all their home games, and if you looked at the playoffs this year, it's kind of been that way traditionally. It seems that everything leans that way. I read that it's 60 to 63% overall when you look at the history of the NBA playoffs and road games. The home team traditionally will have advantage in the game to win. But I said to you, I was like, man, why can't they hang on to the ball on the road? Why do the rims seem so tight on the road? Why? And then
Dan and I said the same thing.
That because I said to you, why is this happening to the Cavaliers? And you said,
it's one of the great mysteries of life, Andy. Why do teams
I didn't realize I was on Kung Fu Panda.
Why do teams play poorly on the road in the NBA?
But it's not just the Cavaliers. That was the point that you made. But
it's not
when you're
just
watching,
the Cavs.
When you watch the same team night in and night out, you think it's just your team.
No, it's not. Doesn't mean you can't go and win games on the road. It happens all the time. The NBA is a weird league. It is. I mean, I love it, but it's a weird league, and all kinds of little things seem to throw teams off. But winning on the road is challenging, but certainly not unheard of.
Why?
Knicks just did.
Why?
Oklahoma City just did.
Why is it so difficult?
Cavs did when they won a title.
Yeah, but why?
I don't know, Andy.
I
don't know.
Jeff, you have been around this game for a long time.
I don't know.
I can't tell you how many times I turned on the TV and there you were, and I was like, oh, there's Jeff again. And you were at all these games for all these years and covered. So have I. And I still can't put my finger on it. Why teams struggle on the road, especially during the playoffs in the NBA?
I think most of it is comfort. you're just really comfortable playing in your building. Fans can be intimidating. That can help.
I can tell you Golden State was very intimidating.
Yeah, that can help. And I human nature, to me, maybe gives the home team an edge with the officiating.
All right, I'm going to talk about what JB Bickerstaff had to say. We'll do that in a couple minutes here.
Do you remember the referee, Joey Crawford?
Oh, yeah.
And Joey was a crotchety guy who, if you were a road team in an NBA playoff game, you wanted Joey Crawford on the floor. Because Joey was never intimidated by anything. And he called a straight game. And I think every NBA referee tries to call a straight game. And I think human nature is that sometimes you're going to be swayed by the environment that you're in. And I think that plays a very small role in the home court advantage. But I know teams, remember just being around the Cavs in the playoffs. Who do we have? Joey? Good. All right, good. We got Joey tonight. Because you knew you were going to get a fair shake as a road team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I look at this, and you look at we've had a couple sweeps here in the playoffs this year, and trying to go inside the numbers and try to figure out how teams do win on the road during the playoffs. And it's just sometimes I think it is just a little bit of luck,
Remember, neither coach. Kenny wasn't happy after the 2 road games in Detroit,
right?
With the officiating. JB wasn't happy with the officiating in games 3 and 4 in Cleveland. So that shouldn't be a surprise to anybody.
I'm going to go back to this in a second with JB Bickerstaff. Just give me a reason why you may be more optimistic about the Cavaliers going into this game, Game 5, than maybe you were when the series started. Or even after they were down 0-2. Give me a reason why.
You mean me?
Yeah, why would you be
I'm not.
You have no level of optimism even more?
No, I'm not.
Are you more pessimistic?
I'm the same. Andy, I thought when this series started, Pistons in 6. That meant I thought the Cavs would win 2 games. Well, they've won 2 games. So I hope they can change my mind tonight. But I thought Pistons in 6. That means it's a good series. It means you're going to win 2 games. So it's kind of right where I thought it would be. I hope they change my thought process tonight.
All right, are you more optimistic now that they've tied this thing up? We're back to 2-2, right? Zeros is basically what it is. You're in a best-of-3 series with 2 games, hopefully. Well, maybe not even hopefully. If you win tonight, then you can wrap this thing up in 6 and bring it and take it home and move on and go see the Knicks. But I don't think a lot of people are thinking that way. I think they're saying, just got to win 1 in Detroit. Just got to win 1 in Detroit.
Without question. And if you don't get it tonight, you're not done.
No, but let's get her done tonight. That'd be great, wouldn't it? Are you more optimistic about the Cavaliers going into tonight's game than maybe you were when they came back down 0-2? You know the number, 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092. And we're going to hear what JB Bickerstaff had to say about the referees just one more time. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, it's Nick Wilson for Northeast Factory.
Paris, Steelers face the Saints, and week 9 in Madrid, the Bengals take on the Falcons. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Man, why is it so hard to win on the road in the NBA? And where's your optimism level for these guys as they head off to Detroit tonight? Series tied at 2. It's an 8 o'clock tip-off. It's on ESPN as we play roulette to see what station these games are on. Going back and forth. Is it on Prime today? Or is it on ESPN?
That won't hurt. That won't hurt the league long term.
No. Is it on Peacock? Do you think that does it? Like Dan Gilbert's come out and said, like we need to make this a little bit easier for our fans.
Dan's
the paywall.
Right. Dan's right.
But I give Dan a lot of credit on that too because he was one of the first guys. Like when social media first started, I don't know if you're like, I want to say it was Major League Baseball. I could be wrong, but they were real hesitant on letting anybody run the highlights of anything. And I think Dan was probably like one of the owners that stood out and said, guys, we have this product. We need more people to watch it. Let's try to make it easy and more accessible to our fans. If somebody wants to run highlights from one of our games, knock it out. Knock yourself out. Have as much fun as you want. Right? And we own the rights to this video when it's all said and done. But if somebody wants to show if somebody wants to show a LeBron James dunk on their social media feed, go ahead and do it. Like, why are we going after these people for being fans of the NBA? And I think that was like the seedlings of where he is right now about, we're making it harder for fans to watch these games. They're making more money, but do you truly believe that by making it a little bit more difficult to watch these games that they're losing fans?
I don't know that they're losing fans. I just know it's difficult to find stuff. You got to pay for a lot of it.
Bad for the game?
Well, I think so.
Yeah.
Don't you want people to see your product?
I agree. And so I think actually Dan fights for the fans when it comes on some of this stuff, and I agree. It'll be interesting to see what happens next year with the TV rights and having access to over the air for free and where the Cavaliers games go into next season. But let's get back into this. We asked you the question, why is it so hard for teams to win on the road, especially the Cavaliers this year? Let's go around the horn here. A bunch of folks on the phones. 216-474-0092. Start with Mario in Cleveland. Hi, Mario.
Hey, how are you doing, guys?
Good morning.
Hello, Mario.
I'm amped. I'm pumped for tonight's game.
I am pumped too, man. Thanks. Once again, I love listening to you guys. You guys are great.
Thank you. Checks in the mail.
Nice of you to say.
Checks in the mail.
Yeah. I feel much better about tonight, actually, with the Cavs winning or pulling it off in Detroit, and I agree that we definitely have to we for sure have to take a game on the road right now. Absolutely. But, I feel better because especially after games 1 and 2, one especially, we looked sloppy. I mean, we were turning the ball over left and right, and we just didn't look like we were in the game. Even though we were in the game, I didn't think that I didn't have much confidence of pulling it off. Now, after seeing games, especially Game 4, and showing Donovan stepping up and really coming through in the clutch and being a superstar, I just think that I like our chances now. I think the boys they're pumped up. They proved to themselves that they're definitely tough enough to hang in there with Detroit, and I like it. I like our chances. I definitely do. I feel much better about it.
Mario, thank you. Jeff, do you think that have they kind of shed the soft tag a little here, a little bit?
That's not even a thought in my head.
Well, that's good. Then that means that they've shed the
Well, I didn't have it there in the first place.
It felt that way early on in the series. It felt that way in Toronto too.
All right.
Where like they were just getting out muscle to the ball, and when they struggle on the boards, I think that's where it comes from. People think you're soft if you can't get the rebound. I think that's the essence of that philosophy.
Yeah, I have a different outlook on things. I like skill. I like ability. I don't like ruggedness as much. It helps, but I'd rather be really good than really physical.
Don't you have to have that in the playoffs, though?
No.
We watch these playoffs. We were talking about this the other day, that the game is different in the playoffs. Guys are way more physical.
Well, if you'll recall, I didn't necessarily agree with that.
I'll have to go back and check the tape.
Dan?
Please do.
I got to knock my helmet twice, and we'll go back and check.
The days of the playoffs being officiated very differently than the regular season are long gone. I mean, it used to be a very different game in the postseason. It's not a very different game anymore. Might be a little more physical than the regular season, but it's, the teams are still putting up 112 points plus a game. Cavs have done that, six times.
Yeah.
So back in the day, playoff games were 85-83, and the busiest guy was the guy who had to clean up the blood on the court.
I love it.
It's a different game now in the playoffs.
Anthony is in Cleveland Heights. Heights high!
Heights high! I'm calling to say Jeff is right.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah. So why is it so hard to win on the road? I actually read a sports analytic article probably about 10 years ago, what's behind the home field advantage. And so they went into they analyzed it, and, they ruled out things like travel because the home court advantage persists. It doesn't, for example, in cases like the Clippers and the Lakers, same city, same arena, any level of sports, it's somewhere between 52 and 60% everywhere. So what they determined was strike zones shrunk and expanded based on whether it would help the home team. Extra time in soccer shrunk and expanded if it would help the home team.
Totally agree with you. I say that to make
penalties in NFL were helpful to the home team. They came down to there was only one explanation, and it explains it all. It's the refs being persuaded by the fans in attendance. So that's ultimately why the home court advantage persists at every level. So there you go. It was an interesting study, and it brought to mind, and I'll leave the Cavs analysis to others who are on the phone, but things like a jury. Because now you're thinking, should a jury be sequestered somewhere else so they're not in contact with anybody involved in the...
Woo, this just got deep, Anthony. Anthony, this is our Cleveland Heights Mensa conversation of the day. Thank you. Appreciate it, Anthony. We'll talk to you later. That was pretty deep. Come on, man. You down with it?
I do think it's an issue. It's only human nature, Andy.
Yeah, it's not fixable, though, right? There's no way you can say, unless you have AI officials.
No.
It's watching the game on TV.
And I don't want to have AI officials.
I don't either. I don't either. And
it'd be really difficult.
So, listen, here's what JB Bickerstaff had to say after the game. And does he have a point?
It's unacceptable. It is. We didn't do enough, obviously, to help ourselves, and I'll start there. But, ever since we came to Cleveland, the whistle has changed. There's no way that one guy on their team shoots more free throws than our team. We're not a settle team. We're not a jump shooting team. We drive the ball, attack the paint. So what was done out there tonight, it's frustrating. But, we can't allow that to be the reason why, because we didn't play well enough and play to the best of our capabilities. But, again, you look at the foul count, you look at the disparity, and that's hard to overcome. And you wonder, the reason why. It's interesting, since Kenny made his comments publicly about, us, the whistle's changed in this series.
All right, so Kenny Atkinson said something, obviously, after the first two games, and Kenny was pointing out that if you look at free throw disparity in all four games, in the first game, the Pistons had 35 free throws, and the Cavaliers had 16.
There you go.
In the second game, the Cavaliers had 27, the Pistons had 20, so advantage Cavs there.
That's pretty even, though.
Yeah, and by the way,
that one doesn't scream that there was any disparity.
No,
you know
and
what I mean?
Game 3 was the same way. The Cavaliers had 28 free throws. They made 18 of those. Pistons had 22. That sounds like it's about even or right. Mm-hmm. It's the last game, and he's just looking at it because the Cavs had 34 chances at the free throw line. They hit for 30 points, and the Pistons only had 12. But the Mitchell part of his argument I don't think is right because if you give a player the ball, are you going to foul away from the ball or are you going to foul on the ball? So I don't think it matters.
And Donovan really forced the issue.
So
he was really aggressive.
Okay, so, I think his argument about Mitchell is kind of like you're arguing to argue because someone has to have the ball. One of those five guys is going to have it. Are you going to attack the ball or are you going to attack away from the ball? You're going to attack the ball. So that part of the argument I didn't get, but the other part of the argument, I think he's right to say something. I don't know that he was right within the confines of the game,
But if I'm a head coach, I would have done exactly what J.B. Bickerstaff did. Hey, I'm looking at the score sheet at the end of the game. Man, they were at the line 34 times. We were there 12. I mean, are we watching the same game? Because if there's that kind of disparity, I can understand it. It's going to be interesting to see how that plays out tonight, though, isn't it?
We'll see. My guess is it'll be a very I would bet the free throw discrepancy tonight is under 10 between the two teams.
And that's what you have. You
in
had
2 of the games, right?
Yeah, and 9 on the other. Yeah. So, I mean, the first 3 games, the disparity was, it
was a big disparity in game 1 and game 4.
Yeah, and it was for the Pistons in game 1.
Well, yeah, it was a home game.
Yeah.
Well,
it just sounds funny,
because
though,
Kenny. Well, no, because Kenny complained about it.
So now that JB's complained about it, we think it swings back the other way, or just
no?
It's
I
at
just
home?
think
That's
it'll be. Again, you can complain all you want. If sometimes that just happens, sometimes they're right. I don't ask me which. All I know is that Donovan Mitchell came out in the third quarter and was really aggressive. And when you're really aggressive, you're going to get calls, and he did.
That and the fact
he should have.
And the offense in general, like you were saying the other day, this is how this team's got to win: is to be able to push the ball down the floor and perhaps not set up a half-court defense. And that's what they did in the second.
And when
half.
you're not set up in half-court defense, sometimes you reach, sometimes you're not in position,
and you foul.
You foul, yeah.
So I mean, a little bit of that's on JB's team, and I think he realized that. He said that at the end. At the end, you have to overcome referees all the time. When you take a team on the road, expect to have to do a little bit more because you're right. Referees just aren't, and you're right. It's human nature too. I'm not even mad about it. Again, I ask the referees to keep players healthy and to keep the game moving along so that you're not tied up in minutia and letting coaches argue forever so the game takes forever. And that's what I'm looking for when I see any game. It's not just the NBA. It's all games. So we'll see what the officiating looks like tonight. So how are we feeling about tonight? And then, when we get to the end of the game, are you breathing into a paper bag? Because that's what it feels like. But you know what? It's the playoffs. Maybe you should have a little lunch bag next to you in all these games because it means they're doing what they're supposed to. John Schuman's going to join us at 11:20 from NBA.com. We'll talk to him about the game, and we'll continue talking to you about the game as well at 216-474-0092. Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for Weather Seal Home Services. Want to make your old house new again? New
morning. Turns out the rest of the AFC North will need their passports. Week 3, the Ravens play the Cowboys in Rio. Week 7 in Paris, Steelers face the Saints. And Week 9 in Madrid, the Bengals take on the Falcons. Listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows. You can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Take the Fan with you wherever you go. You can listen to us on the Odyssey, the iHeartRadio, or the TuneIn apps.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, talking about the Cavs, getting ready for tonight's game against the Pistons. Game number 5, a crucial game in this series to see who will have the opportunity to close things out in Game 6. Tonight is the night that someone will get to change. Hopefully, hopefully it's the Cavaliers will change the road to trying to get to the Eastern Conference Finals against the Knicks, who are sitting back and just waiting. We'll take your phone calls at 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092. I just want to take a moment, and I just know Jeff and I both wanted to take a moment to talk about the passing of Bob Teak. He was the voice. I used to tell him, he was the voice of summer, because every time you walked in the ballpark, you would hear his voice, and it was, welcome to Jacobs Field, or welcome to Progressive. It didn't matter. His voice filled the air, and when you heard, a player's name step up to the plate, now batting, Jim Thome, that was him, and that was Bob, and I think that's how, you may not have known the name behind the voice, but Bob was just a super guy, and I'm so sad, and he was such a good guy, Jeff. Like, I can't.
He's a really, really nice person.
Did a lot of stuff for the Catholic Diocese. I'm friends with his son. In fact, I coach with his son. And the last place I got to see him at, which it kind of warms my heart, because I know I have a little bit of affiliation with Gilmore Academy, and his son was on like one of our very first hockey teams, and now he has returned to be the goalie coach. And we talk all the time, and the last time I saw him was at the state championship game where his son was coaching a championship team. And so I think, when I think of Bob, I think of Bob Teak, that the voice of summer, and always had a nice thing to say, always had a bright smile.
Always positive, very upbeat, very friendly.
Always positive.
Yeah,
and so
always.
I think we need more Bob Teaks in the world. And unfortunately, we lost the one that we had. But just a great man, and I cannot say enough great things about him and his family. And he will be missed at the ballpark. I
worked in the media for a long time.
Yeah, I think I knew him when I met him at the ballpark, and so I can't, like, I'm just so sad. Like, we really, really lost a good person. Did you want to?
And really good at what he did. The terrific PA announcer. But that's just a minor part of Bob.
Yeah,
he's a really, really good guy.
And it goes to show his family. Just a great family, and they were with him in the end, and they had the opportunity to be there to say goodbye in the final moments. And so I'm thankful for that. I'm thankful for his family, and I'm also thankful for his Guardians/Indians family, which treated him so well. And we talk about how sometimes we get into the baseball part of the Dolans, and we talk about that all the time. But I'm always amazed when I go to the ballpark, the people that have been there for so long, and people who are in the front office that have worked there for 30 plus years, and that when the Dolans took over, when the Jacobs left, they left them a lot of great people, and the Dolans didn't steer away from all those great people that were there. And Bob Teak was one of those guys. And so at the end of the day, we watch ball players from all over the world come here to play baseball, but the people that make that stadium sing are the people who are from Northeast Ohio. They're your neighbors. And Bob was one of your neighbors, and they did a moment of silence at the game last night, and so just well done, and just thank you for your time, and I appreciated his friendship. So, all right, let's get back to the Cavaliers here, and how are you feeling about tonight's game? And I think it's good that at the end of the game you may be breathing in the paper bag, because Dan, we were talking about this before too, right? Like I was still breathing into the paper bag at the end of the game the other night. And so while you're sitting there and you're like, why do they turn the ball over? And why are they doing this? At the end of the day, man, you're locked in, you're entertained, and really that's what it's what it's all about. Your yearning and desire to watch a team from Cleveland win a championship. And so as much as you may get frustrated by turnovers or missed calls or all this. It's entertaining. This series has been entertaining.
It's one of the ideas.
That's why they play?
The other one is to win.
Yeah. Dan, thoughts on that?
I don't know what to add.
Well, my point, though, was more about, are you breathing into a paper bag?
Oh, God, yeah. Oh, have you watched this Cavs team through this playoff run? I got a feeling you've gone through 3 of them. You're stopping at stores to buy extras.
Extras.
I mean, this is where we are. Like, I understand when you're at home, you're probably not breathing into the paper bag as much, but the minute that they leave the friendly confines of Rocket Arena, you're, like, hyperventilating into that thing. I mean, how can you not? What have they done to prove to you that you shouldn't have the paper bag right next to you? For a multitude of reasons.
Last game, third quarter. That's the only time I was jumping for joy.
Right, that was a home game.
Yeah.
You were jumping?
I was jumping, yeah.
Good for you.
Get off the ground?
Oh, of course. Are you kidding me?
You got hops?
They don't call me ground basking for nothing. Air Jordan. Give me a break.
But yeah, how are you not? I mean, if you're not really hyperventilating over this team at this point right now, boy, you haven't been watching.
All right, do you feel better tonight going in? I asked Jeff the same question. Do you feel better about this team going into tonight's game than you did them coming home?
Yes. I feel better about that overall because it seemed that they found some stuff. They actually pushed tempo, which, thank the heavens, they finally realized that they should push tempo instead of letting Detroit come into their defensive sets.
Yeah, now, can they do that on the road? That'll be a challenge.
Why is it harder to push tempo on the road? Why do you think?
Well, I say road. You can be sure JB's going to emphasize that.
Right. And it's a mental mindset, too.
Yep.
You have 2 players on the Cavaliers who very much want to play slow. One of them you can't play slow enough, and the other one just wants to play slow. And it's Donovan Mitchell and James Harden. And that's not meant to be like a slam on the 2 of them. That's just the way that they play basketball. They like getting in the half court and isolating. And that doesn't do well when you're in the open floor.
See, that's the one thing about this to me that I think this team, when it plays as a team, and that means the ball's moving and bodies are moving, I think that this team is really tough to beat. And I mean for anybody in the NBA. Now, it might just be the way that I like basketball being played. I love the team game. It's easier to defend 1 or 2 than it is to defend 4 or 5. And the concern I have about the Cavs is, as good as Donovan Mitchell is, as good as James Harden is, as much as they talk about a team game, they both have a tendency to want to go ISO sometimes. And I just don't – it's a personal preference by me. I do think it's valid. You go ISO, okay. Did you go off for 39 in the second half? You'll probably win. Did you go ISO and did you make 5 of 15 shots? Well, you'll probably lose. And I just prefer a team style of game. And this team has the ability to play a team style of game. You know, some teams where they have a guy who dominates the ball, they have to have that guy dominate the ball. They have to. They don't have anything else. This team has other things. And you don't have to have Donovan dominate the ball. He did the last game in the second half, and it worked. James Harden sometimes dominates the ball. Sometimes it works. James was terrific down the stretch in Game 3. But personally, I think this team is absolutely at its best when it's playing team basketball. And I hope they don't revert to, okay, here you go. Dominate the ball, and let's see what happens.
They can win either way, though.
Absolutely. But I think you have a better chance of winning. I think any NBA team. But I think this team in particular has a better chance of winning the game when you play team basketball, because they really, Andy, they have the guys to do it. They really do. I mean, you got 2 good guards,
right?
Who, when they share the ball, look out. Evan, we know what Evan's capable of doing. We've seen Jared Allen go ballistic with James Harden getting him the basketball. And then you've got some guys in Max Strus and Jalen Tyson, Sam Merrill, who can just stand there and knock down shots. But for them to be effective, you got to move the ball, you know? And you move the ball a little bit, you move bodies, all of a sudden a double team goes toward one of one of the other guys, and there's Sam standing behind the three-point line. He should scare the bejeebers out of teams. That guy hits one shot, he's going to hit three. And I just want to see them play team basketball. And I say that after Donovan just made history. To me, it's not the best recipe for success. It's a recipe for success, but I don't think it's the best one for this team.
If you're JB Bickerstaff, though, when you're looking at the Cavaliers, I'm
getting the ball out of Donovan's hands.
But now
I'm surprised he didn't do a better job of that in Game 4.
Was that on him, or was that on his players not being ready?
It's on him.
Let's be honest. I mean, the Cavaliers are pushing the ball.
It's on him.
And it's what you said earlier. It's like if they can't set up in a half-court defense, now all of a sudden sloppy things start to happen on defense because you're out of position.
It's not that difficult of a game. I mean, that's what happens.
Let's go to Jeff in North Olmsted. Hi, Jeff. How are you?
Hey, Jeff.
Good morning, John.
Good morning.
Thank you for taking the call. While I was sitting here while I was on hold, I was wondering, and it wouldn't apply for the Cavs this year, but has a team ever won an NBA championship without winning a road game?
I don't have any idea. If I had to bet your money on it, Jeff, I'd bet no. They've won at least.
Yeah, I'm driving, so I can't look it up, but I'd be shocked if somebody has. But okay, so listen. In regards to the thing you guys are talking about, pace. Number one, I am still confident. They played backs against the wall and won 2 games at home. They did their job. Confidence can't waver from that, right? So, in regards to pace, we talked about a couple games ago about, them averaging 0.86 points per possession when they were playing isolation basketball. So that's a crazy number, right? Mm-hmm. Now you see them being successful attacking the rim. My 2 main points that I wanted to bring up for the Cavs to be successful tonight are you've got to establish the rim in the paint early because that's going to help you with the foul calls that we keep bringing up. The only way you're going to establish on the road is by not settling, getting to the rim, and trying to create some type of contact. If you're just shooting jumpers, we're going to be screwed on that end of the calls. Secondly, you have got to, if you're going to slow the game down and go into a half-court offense, you have got to continue to hunt Duncan Robinson. That was so successful in games 3 and 4 by getting switches onto him. He's a bad defender. He's definitely the worst defender on that starting 5. And continue to, on offensive side, when Detroit's on the offensive side, continue to, and they allowed it in game 3 and 4 to be interesting to see what happens tonight, is they were kind of blanketing him, hugging him, whatever, trying to hold him down so he couldn't come off of those curl screens. Those are the easiest ways for them to stay in the game today. I think it's going to be a very close game, depending on how the game is called, and every game has been different with that in the playoffs thus far. We cannot be reliant on that, though. Continue to get to the rim. Our shots weren't even falling in Game 4, and look at the way we went on our run. And I say shots as a whole as a team shooting less than 40%. We haven't really caught fire yet. So Game 5 is going to be a close one. 97-96 Cavs.
Ooh, all right, Jeff. Listen to saying that.
Haven't won a game without scoring at least 112 in the postseason here.
But he's going the other way. Low-scoring contest. Give me your thoughts. We're going to talk to John Schuman from NBA.com coming up in the next hour of Basket and Phelps 92.3 The Fan.
Odyssey Sports Minute.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper.
Your mornings are about to change. We're going live and local starting at 5 a.m. Join me, Jeff Thomas, for the Fan Warm-Up Show. You get those late West Coast scores you may have missed and all the latest news and rumors from the CLE. Hey, if you're up that early, you may as well worry about Cleveland sports with me. The Fan Warm-Up Show starting at 5 a.m. only on 92.3 The Fan.
John Schuman, NBA.com, is going to join us this hour. We'll talk to him. He'll give us the lowdown on the Cavaliers and the Pistons coming up tonight, 8 o'clock in Detroit. Series tied at 2. I'm excited, nervous, and ready to watch this team play tonight. I love it. I love when it's must-see TV, and this is must-see TV. There is no question about it. And so tonight we see what the Cavaliers can do. Jeff and I were sitting around talking about some of the players in this game and where they are in their career and, who's important, who's not important. And, if you're sitting there and you're Donovan Mitchell and you want to make sure that your name is, up there with the greatest, that have played the game, you've got an opportunity sitting there right in front of you. James Harden is one of the best to ever play the game. And he is also there with an opportunity to kind of change people's perceptions. You hear Dan, on him every day. For game 6 and 7. And
I have it today.
You did. I was
give
even
it time.
What,
I was
by
even
saying
trying
he
to
plays slow? That's just a factual statement.
Give it time.
No, it wasn't that. It was on the conference call this morning when I was like, when he got here, the team was moving the ball, and it was fun, and it was exciting. And I thought, well, maybe all those things I thought about James Harden, maybe they're not true, or maybe we're in a honeymoon period because everyone outside of Cleveland saying, oh, just wait and see, just wait and see. All right, well. Thought he played really well last game. But Dan will never be a card-carrying member of the James Harden fan club.
That is correct.
But he has the opportunity, Jeff, to do something here as he's towards the end of his career, to change some minds and have the opportunity to at least try to get to the Eastern Conference Finals and then let the dice roll after that.
You get two guys in the backcourt who have never won an NBA championship, and that's a big deal to a lot of people. Apparently a big deal to them. So we'll see.
It makes you think about guys that are kind of at the end of the road and where they're thinking. So let me talk about it 1 second. We'll take a phone call. Henry, how are you?
Hello, Henry.
Henry.
Thank you, Henry.
Oh, Henry.
Appreciate you being with us.
We gave you your best opportunity. Henry said no. All right. So if you think about guys that are in his similar position for Harden.
You know how I've said when they made that trade for Harden, I thought, okay, good. This is for this year, and then I'm not counting on him being back, right?
Mm-hmm.
Could he possibly join a very exclusive Cavalier club, Andy?
What kind of club is that?
I put together.
Oh, no. Is this music worthy?
No, I don't think so.
I think it is, Dan.
An all-time Cavaliers end-of-the-road team.
Wow. Oh, it's Cavaliers only.
Oh, of course, Cavaliers only.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
What good would it do for us to talk about, the Milwaukee Bucks? Who cares? Hey, he finished up with the Phoenix Suns. Great. So I had
do you have to do that in the complete old man voice?
I had to put some
great, I'm here.
I had to put some little boundaries on this.
Twiddling away, making toothpicks.
So I figured to make it work, a guy had to be almost legendary. I was able to find all but one guy who's all legendary. And I thought, all right, either their last go-around in the NBA was with the Cavaliers or their second to last season was with the Cavaliers. In other words, they're at the end of the road.
Okay.
Will James Harden be on this team? In other words, does James Harden finish up here? And the other parameter, Andy?
Yes.
Spent only 1 year with the Cavaliers on this team. Okay?
Okay. Can I guess one of them?
Yeah, go ahead. Ruin the whole bit, Andy.
Never
go
mind.
ahead.
Go ahead. No, I'm not going to guess any.
Go ahead, Andy.
Here's what I'm going to do, Jeff.
Ruin the whole bit.
Jeff, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to write down. I'll write this down at the end of the segment.
Is it the name you mentioned during the conference call?
No, it's not.
Different
name. Okay. So
I mean, it's not real difficult. You just got to look them up because
I'm not looking up
we
any.
kind of know who these guys are.
Okay, go ahead. I wrote down two names. I'm not going to. Don't want to ruin the bit. Don't want to have a conversation. Go ahead. The band is playing for you.
Well, you should probably do the bit before you have the conversation about the bit.
I like
You should
guessing.
expose the players.
I like guessing
guys,
the bit.
Guys.
What?
Guys.
Yeah.
Get on with it.
Yeah, that's what I said. Get on with it.
So let's start at forward. The forward spot was tough, and there's one guy who I thought, but I couldn't find anybody else who fit.
Okay.
So it's current Golden State general manager Mike Dunleavy.
Oh, did not have him on my list.
And you got to be a little older here. Mike spent his final season split between the Cavs and the Atlanta Hawks at the age of 36. He played 23 games for the Cavs. They traded him to the Hawks in the deal with Mo Williams to bring back Kyle Korver. So that worked. But Mike Dunleavy is a forward on this team. I thought Mike was going to work here. It didn't.
Okay.
The other forward, this guy was really good. Remember Sean Marion spent his final season with the Cavaliers?
I have his jersey in a frame.
Sean played 57 games for the Cavaliers in the 2014-15 season at the age of 36, and he was done.
Okay.
So those are your two forwards, Sean Marion and Mike Dunleavy. In the backcourt, Dwayne Wade spent 46 games with the Cavaliers, and then they let him go, and he went to Miami. 21 games in his second to last NBA season. Then he played one more. He was 36 at the time. And then he played one more year with the Miami Heat. So Dwayne is one of our guards. The other is a guy who got here and was toast. Darren Williams. Darren spent his final season with the Cavs in 2016-17.
Mm-hmm.
He got let go by Dallas and joined the Cavaliers in late February of 2017 at the age of 32. Played 24 games with the Cavaliers, went into the playoffs, was done. That was the end of his NBA career. So your guards are Dwayne Wade and Darren Williams. So far it's D. Wade, Darren Williams, Sean Marion, Mike Dunleavy. Center's obvious.
It's very obvious.
Who is it?
Shaq.
It's Shaquille O'Neal.
Yeah.
Second to last season was with the Cavaliers at the age of 37. And he was okay here. He did all right.
Win a ring for the king.
And he didn't. And then his final year, he played for the Celtics for 37 games.
I'll never forget him sitting in the studio back here. Walking in, I was like, man, this guy is larger than life.
He's the largest human being I've ever seen in my life. He's just big. I've seen taller guys. I've never seen a bigger guy than Shaquille O'Neal. And he was a delight when he was here, by the way.
He was fun. Remember, he'd leave tickets around
He
town.
was a delight. And there's
a big impact.
There's a Chinese restaurant in town, carry out, and there's a big picture of him on the wall going in to get Chinese food.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll never forget him showing up at Canton McKinley with Kobe when the Lakers were in town. And LeBron.
And with Ronnie Harper, too, I think.
Oh, maybe
Wasn't
Harper,
Ron?
Yeah, maybe he was with them.
Yeah, I think it was Ron.
He showed up in this giant purple velour sweatsuit.
Sure he did.
And
LSU,
the whole crowd, or Barney. Yeah. And so he showed up. The whole crowd just kind of stopped when they walked in.
I have a sixth man.
That was against Orange, too. I have a sixth man, too. Go ahead. Let's give it to me.
The sixth man on this team is Baron Davis.
All right. Hey, look at that. Boom.
Well, we talked about him on the conference call,
but I had
Andy.
Shaq on there. I had other guys on there. I had Derrick Rose on there.
Wait, no, there are reasons that Derrick Rose didn't do it. He had a long career after he left Cleveland.
I had him on there.
Well, he
Didn't matter.
didn't qualify.
Well, he qualified in my book.
Well, you didn't go with the qualifications I put together. End of the road. Derrick played another 7 years.
Yeah.
That's not the end of the road.
I also had Dwayne Wade.
Well, good. That was a good one. Baron Davis played his second to last season with the Cavs.
I could never play Trivial Pursuit.
2010 and 11. He was only 31, but he only played 15 games for the Cavs that year.
Mm-hmm.
Spent his last year with the Knicks and played 29 games. What number did Baron Davis wear when he played for the Cavaliers? I love this. Love this story.
Wasn't one?
Nope.
What was it? 0?
88 or something like that, right?
It was 85.
85, that's it.
Okay, yeah.
And the reason why? He wanted to pay tribute and honor his grandmother, who was instrumental in his upbringing, and she lived on 85th Street.
Oh, that's a great story.
Isn't that awesome? I thought that was so cool. And Barron was here such a short period of time.
And
he was awesome.
Remember the
Barron
game?
was awesome.
Remember where he had his best game?
He kicked butt.
His biggest game?
Yeah, he won a game for the Cavs. That
Beat
was
Miami, beat LeBron.
Yeah, it was phenomenal.
Remember the first time LeBron came in?
And we'd like to thank him for helping get Kyrie here.
It was crazy. And then,
Barron was terrific here, and he played only 15 games.
Barron was outstanding in general. If anybody is bored, look up Baron Davis Book Club.
Yeah.
You'll enjoy every bit of that story.
If there's a man that should never have to pay for a beer in this town, it's him. Because we were still down about LeBron leaving.
And he came
back and had like the game of it was awesome.
In case you were wondering, there were 3 guys that everybody driving around said, well, why isn't this guy on Phelps' stupid team? They didn't qualify.
Okay.
Walt Frazier.
Yeah.
Well, he played 3 years with the Cavs.
I got another one.
He didn't play. He didn't play 1 year. That was one of the stipulations. Just 1 year with the Cavs.
Yeah.
Lenny Wilkins was Hall of Fame point guard.
Mm-hmm.
Lenny played 2 years with the Cavs before his final year in Portland. And Nate Thurmond.
Nate Thurmond was the one I was thinking.
Nate was with the Cavs for 2 years. So they didn't qualify.
Wow.
Shaq, D. Wade, Darren Williams, Sean Marion, Mike Dunleavy, and Baron Davis. Your 6th man.
That stipulation makes sense because I was going to bring up Antoine Jameson, who was totally cooked when he was here.
Yeah, but he
played for 2 years.
He played for 2 years. Yep.
We seem to have a good run of guys that were cooked at the end there, especially when LeBron.
We sure did. That's because they were bringing anybody in to try and squeeze anything out of them to help LeBron win.
And try to make LeBron happy, too. Let's not kid ourselves.
Yeah.
There were some players they brought in that. Yeah. Why am I forgetting who was the guy? He had a couple good games and never played again. He was the number 2 pick in the draft. I got to look it up in the break.
Derek Williams.
Oh, it was Derek Williams.
You're welcome.
Man, is he good? Are you kidding? Dude, we work with, this is royalty.
It's a talent.
You are memory royalty. I don't know if you know that or not. Did you ever test, did you ever do any of those CIA testing where they hold the card up and you know what it is on the other side?
Really didn't, Andy.
Any of those psychological tests? Why are you working here? Why are you not working for the government?
That's what I've been wondering a long time. Why am I working here with Baskin and Hennigan?
You could be protecting the United States of America, yet he wants to know things like Derek Williams.
Okay.
Man, you are really, really good.
Yep.
John Schuman, who works for NBA.com, is going to join us here in just a few moments. John obviously knows what's going on.
Yes, he does.
He gets it. Hughes Norton is going to join us at noon.
Speaking of guys who get it.
Oh, man, I can't wait to talk to him about what's going on with the Live Tour falling apart. How much fun is that going to be?
We'll find out.
And, of course, Chris Rose at 1 o'clock. All 3 of these gentlemen will join us to make you a little bit smarter when it comes to sports. But John Schuman is your man who is up next, and we will talk to him on the other side of the break. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. You know the number, 216-474-0092.
Cowboys in Rio in Week 3. Steelers face the Saints in Paris in Week 7. And the Bengals facing the Falcons Week 9 in Madrid. The full schedule will be released tomorrow night. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Here we go. Cavaliers Pistons. Game 5 tonight, Detroit. Are you ready? We are, and we want to get a little bit more info on this game. So we bring in John Schuman from NBA.com. And, of course, he is on the Weishart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright. Hotline. Hi, John. How are you? Thanks for joining us.
Hi, John.
Hey, guys. I'm doing great. How are you?
We are outstanding. Really looking forward to tonight's game. Just give me your thoughts on the series, just going into this thing, Game 5. It's been great for the home team so far.
Yeah, I mean, that's been the story of the Cavs playoffs so far. It's funny, if you look at the difference between, like, the Cavs wins and the Cavs losses in the playoffs, it's all about, like, their offense. Like, they've scored, I think, 16 more points per 100 possessions in their wins than they have in their losses. That's a huge differential, and it's much smaller on the defensive end of the floor. But when I watch them, like, I feel like the difference between when they're playing well and when they're not is on the other end of the floor. I feel like when they really, like, decide to turn up the defense is when they start to, the other team, has, they starts to feel them on that end. I feel like, that's when they're at their best. I felt like, that 23-0 run at the start of the third quarter the other night. Yeah, Donovan Mitchell went off, right? And there was some great shot making, but I also felt like the defense was just much, much better than it was in the first half. I even go back to Game 6 of the Toronto series. Like, they were down 11 at the end of the third quarter. And it's like they finally decided to make the Raptors feel them defensively. And they won they sent the game to overtime and then lost on the RJ Barrett shot. But it's like only if they had just turned up the defense like 5 minutes earlier, they probably win that game.
John, how should a team balance the ability to play as a team and yet sometimes have a superstar take over, as Mitchell did in Game 4? I love team ball, and I think the Cavs are at their best when they're really sharing the basketball. Sometimes you need your superstar to take over, but I also think that gets you into trouble. How do you balance that?
I think I don't think it needs to be like a conscious thing. Like, even during that 23-0 run, and Mitchell was fantastic. There was a couple of really nice offensive possessions where the ball was moving, and then he's maybe the beneficiary of that, right? Like, yeah. That's the great thing about having both Harden and Mitchell is that one of those guys can be off the ball and be the beneficiary of the attention paid to the other guy if the ball moves quickly enough. And I think, honestly, like, especially against a great defensive team like Detroit, like, you have no choice but to move the ball and look for good shots wherever they may come. And the great thing about having those two guys is that, sometimes one of those two guys is the open man, right? Like, and so, yeah, I don't think it needs to be like, we need Donovan. Let's just, get the matchup that Donovan, feels best against, whether it be like, hey, let's get a screen on Tobias Harris. So Tobias Harris has to switch, or Duncan Robinson has to switch. And then because then once you do that, right, to get the sort of matchup you want, but then that's just going to draw attention from other defenders, and then the ball can move and you can find open shots. So you can do it both ways. I think, like, we think about the Celtics when they were at their best, when they won the championship. It's like, yeah, they would attack weak defenders with their two best players, but their two best players then would attack and then make the right reads. So it's about attacking weaknesses, but then making the reads from there. Like, if it's one-on-one, sure, yeah, like Donovan Mitchell go at Duncan Robinson one-on-one, but if if he draws a double team, or even if he draws sort of the other team zoning up against him, then move the ball, and somebody else is going to get a great shot.
Did you think J.B. Bickerstaff had a point when he was calling out the referees about the free throw distribution or disparity in Game 4?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to litigate all the calls, but I mean, Detroit's a physical team, right? They're going to, they foul a lot. They're at the bottom of the league in opponent free throw rate. They're at the bottom of the first round in opponent free throw rate. They are a physical defensive team, and that's the way they play. I think the Cavs, at their best, are a little bit more physical than they are on average. And so, it's two different, I don't know. There's always going to be free throw disparities when you have two teams that are very different in the way they play.
How's James Harden fit in here, John, now that we see him in the postseason?
It's getting there. I still want to, I still feel like this is a 2-year experiment more than they traded for him in February and it's a must-win situation for the Cavs in these playoffs. And so, I think they should be better next year, but obviously they still have a chance to win this series, to win the next series if they're playing at their best. I think the most important, I said it before, I know how the difference between their wins and losses is offense. I think when they're at their best is when they're engaged and active defensively, and he has to be included in that. He has to be engaged, active feet, active hands defensively for them to be at their best. Because if he does this thing where he's just sort of standing around on that end of the floor, losing his man on backdoor cuts or just not contesting shots, then they're in trouble. So I think it has to start with him just being engaged defensively. That'll juice their offense a little bit. And like I said, if he or Mitchell can sort of gain that initial advantage offensively and then make the right reads, it doesn't have to be a one-on-one thing offensively.
James has never been shy, and I'm okay with this, about looking out for number one, during his NBA career. Do you think, John, he'll want to pick up that contract for next year, and do you think the Cavs want him to do that?
I would, if I'm Cleveland. I still think he's playing at a high level for the most part, and so if I'm Cleveland, I would want it, and then I mean, me trying to predict what he's going to do, I don't know. I don't know what's in his head as far as how he likes playing with this team, how he likes living in Cleveland, whatever it is. I can't predict that, but if I were, him, I would like this situation. This is a great basketball team that has a great chance to maybe get to the finals either this year or next year, just given the talent that they have.
Steve, how do you think, John, how do you think J.B. Bickerstaff will respond to the Cavaliers pushing the ball a little bit faster in the second half and Mitchell getting all those looks? And I'm curious how he'll reformulate his defense a little bit tonight against Mitchell and how he'll try to, stop what we saw in Cleveland.
Well, I mean, I think it has to start with their offense and just not turning the ball over as much. And I think that's critical for both teams, actually. I mean, we've seen in both the Toronto series and this series, when the Cavs commit live ball turnovers, it's layups and open transition threes on the other end of the floor. And the same thing goes with Detroit. That was their one of their worst turnover games of the playoffs. They are turnover prone. That's one of the things about them. They usually win the possession game, but their own turnovers are sort of their weak spot in that regard. And so, if you're Detroit, let's take care of the ball, and then we can have our set defense against the Cavs, and we should be in much better shape on that end of the floor.
I keep waiting for Jalen Duren to have a huge game, John. And he had poor rebounding games in Cleveland, good rebounding games in Detroit. hasn't really busted out with a huge scoring game. Not that that's a big part of his game, but he averaged about 20 points a game in the regular season. How key is he for the Pistons in this one tonight?
I mean, they just need other guys. Like, it just needs to be, whether it's, if the ball is out of Cade Cunningham's hands, somebody needs to be able to step up and make plays. That could be Tobias Harris, that could be Jalen Duren, anybody, like the Pistons just need secondary playmaking. Duren has provided that. Like, I thought he was a much improved player, just sort of in the short role, like catching the ball and making the right reads, against the help defense. But I'm not sure, like, why he's struggling so much in this series. Obviously, Cavs have a big front line and an athletic front line that can sort of match him in that regard. I mean, I never, like, for me, like, when one player is struggling, it's never in a playoff series. It's never necessarily about that one guy. I think it's more about how the team is attacking the opposing defense and how they make plays out of what the opposing defense is giving them. So, I don't think it's like a lot of pressure on Jalen Duren, and they have Isaiah Stewart, they have Paul Reed. Paul Reed's played pretty well. So I don't think it's about necessarily one guy. It's just about how they attack the Cavs as a group.
John, what do you think of Evan Mobley? Because Jeff and I used to sit here and we'd say, I think the Cavaliers will go as Evan Mobley goes. And the last game, he was great. Especially came up with a big bucket. I know it's not
real
a big
nice
bucket.
all-around game.
Yeah, I thought he played one of his better games. But I just wonder if the level of expectation for Cavalier fans on him, or just fans in general, is maybe a little bit bigger than should be expected of him. I don't know what we're looking for in Evan, but we do know that he is so crucial to this offense and defense, obviously as a defensive player of the year, that he has to play an important role. I'm curious how you think of his career and where he's at right now. And obviously he's the name that comes up when we talk about trades and how, if they have to take a left turn here after the season, Mobley's name is going to be involved in everything.
Yeah, I think definitely the ceiling is probably a little lower than we all had thought it was after the first couple of years, like especially just offensively. And especially, I think this year, with Garland out at the beginning of the season, we all sort of expected Mobley to sort of take a bigger role in regard not just scoring, just handling the ball and making plays. But I don't think he has that in him just yet, just as far as being a, yes, this guy can be your secondary playmaker, and you can put the ball in his hands, give him the ball in the high post, and he can do, he can make the right play or create open shots for other guys. When I watch him, I just want him to always play big. I don't like if he's spacing the floor and shooting threes, like that's not great. Like he just needs to play big on both ends of the floor. Maybe that's easier when Jared Allen is not on the floor versus where he is when he's on, especially offensively. But like when he is, when Mobley is rolling to the rim and finishing at the basket, or attacking smaller defenders off the dribble, and then obviously playing big defensively, help shot, either whether it be one-on-one or in help defense, like that's when he's at his best. Like the three-point shot, even though it's been improved, still looks uncomfortable to me. I have a Zydrunas Ilgauskas feeling every time he does that. So
a Z could hit it.
Yeah, that's true. Both these guys can hit when he wants to.
That's true.
So we got about 60 seconds here. Just your thoughts on tonight's game, and how does this thing end as a series? So tonight's game and the series.
I think it's wide open. Like nothing would surprise me. Either team winning the next two games wouldn't surprise me. Going Game 7 wouldn't surprise me. So I have no predictions, but I just want to see, if I'm Cleveland, I want to see defensive intensity for more than just 12 or 24 minutes, especially on the road. Like they have to bring it on that end of the floor.
John, thank you very much. We always appreciate talking to you. We're always a little bit smarter about basketball after we talk to you too.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, John.
All right, guys, anytime.
Appreciate you. John Schuman, NBA.com. On the Weishart Right, we make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. He wasn't going to lean into it.
I agree with him. Nothing would surprise me here.
What would surprise you?
I could see the road team winning 3 straight games.
Wouldn't shock me either. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Is that the right way to approach the rest of the series? Just whatever happens, happens? Hughes Norton's also going to join us at the top of the hour. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Steelers facing the Saints in Paris Week 7, and the Bengals against the Falcons Week 9 in Madrid. The full schedule will be released tomorrow night. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now, as we've been telling you, you can find us on YouTube. That includes The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps from 10 to 2, and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin 2 to 7. It's live each and every weekday, 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. You can subscribe to that channel for free. You can watch all the best content from your favorite shows right here on The Fan, live and on demand, and you can do that right now.
Coming up in the next hour, we are going to talk about the PGA Championship going on real close to Philadelphia, just outside of Philadelphia over the next couple days here, starting on Thursday. And the man to give us all the insight is Hughes Norton. I'm looking forward to talking to him, especially because, as a guy that was Tiger's former agent who lives here in Northeast Ohio, what's going on with Liv and how this thing's going to shake out. And are you better off playing golf on YouTube, or are you better off trying to get back into the PGA Tour? So we'll talk about all that stuff coming up here. At the top of the hour, we'll also stay with the Cavaliers all day. Chris Rose is going to join with us at 1 o'clock from John Boy Media, pride of Northeast Ohio, and, of course, one of the voices.
Chris or John Boy Media?
Both.
Okay.
Yeah, Chris Rose and John Boy Media. And Chris is obviously the TV voice of the preseason for your Cleveland Browns. So we'll have him on coming up at 1 o'clock. John Schuman was just with us, and if you missed that interview, it is available on the Odyssey app. And John from NBA.com giving us the lowdown. And I thought it was interesting. Like, he wouldn't lean into either the Cavaliers or the Pistons to win the series, or even for tonight. And, you said something interesting, Jeff, that you think that it's possible the road team could win the next 3 games, even though the Cavaliers have struggled on the road and have not won one single road game during the playoffs.
I think it's just a weird series right now, Andy. Home team holding serve, that's fine. But I think these teams are pretty evenly matched. I think they've been really competitive. And I'm with John. I don't have a real feel for how this thing's going to go. It wouldn't stun me at all if the Cavs lost 2 straight and were out in 6. And it wouldn't surprise me if the Cavs won 2 straight and won it in 6. Then they could win tonight, bring it home, and win it.
Dan, you down with that or no? What do you think? How's this thing play out?
I think we end up in a spot. The Cavs need to win a game on the road before I'm going to pick them to win a game on the road. It's that simple. I'm not going down that road any more times.
Yeah, Andy didn't ask you to pick a game or pick a winner, though.
Well.
Oh, I know, but that's how I feel about this. And even the road team winning all 3 games is like, I'm not saying the Cavs are winning a road game until they win a road game. Like, you got to prove it to me before I'm going to go out there and say it.
In other words, you think the Pistons win tonight?
I think the Pistons win tonight.
I do too.
I have a weird feeling. I had a weird feeling in game 1.
You got a lot of weird feelings, Andy.
I was wrong. I don't know. Maybe is it what I eat, or is it who I hang out with during the day?
I think it's gas.
Oh, is that what you think? Thank you. I think it's from watching too many of those stupid cartoons on Instagram telling you about your health and how to have clear skin. Did you ever see those things? You wouldn't.
No, the algorithm hasn't found that for me yet.
Oh, it's all over. I get these animated characters that tell you why you have issues with what you're doing and how you can feel better.
Okay, come on back.
Must be middle age. Well, maybe there's an animated figure that can tell the Cavaliers how to hang on to the basketball, because I think it comes down to turnovers. This whole thing is about turnovers. It's about, being more careful with the basketball. But here's the problem I'm running into, right? Like, there are 2 things that are fact, right? Like, road teams have trouble winning on obviously the road team has trouble winning on somebody else's court, and it's been pretty evident in the playoffs this year. And the turnover thing and playing sloppy basketball. And I want to just say that's all Cavaliers, it's all Cavaliers, it's all Cavaliers. But it's not. It's an NBA thing. And so, much like trying to take that, like, this is my most frustrating thing that I see in these games, and I've seen them in other NBA games, right? Guy has a ball, guard has the ball, he drives all the way to the hoop and sees there might be a little resistance on the back door coming towards him, But clearly they have a clear shot. They can probably lay it off the glass
for 3.
and kicks it out for the 3. The 2 is there. It's right there, crystal clear. All you got to do is put it off the glass and put it in. Yet they kick it out for the 3 and miss, and then don't get the rebound. And I'm like, that's a 5-point swing in my world, where you miss the 2, now you miss the 3, and you get the ball, and then whatever happens on the other side. Because a lot of times when you have that obvious basket, it turns out the other way, and then they hit a 3, and you're like, ugh. Like that is the punch to your stomach when you watch some of these games. That drives me nuts.
You inspired me to look it up.
Okay.
Which team through the first 4 games of the series has turned it over the most?
Kate had a tough.
Which team?
I know. I'm just trying to think. I'm going to say it's the Cavaliers, but not by as many as you think.
It's neither.
It's even?
They've both turned it over 61 times.
Both teams have turned the ball over 61 times?
Yep.
Dan, would you believe that? I would have thought the Cavaliers.
I saw that floating around a little bit
You
earlier.
already saw it?
Mm-hmm.
Kate Cunningham had 8 turnovers last
that
game.
was the...
He has 22 in the series, most of anybody. And James,
he apologized.
James is second with 16.
He apologized for the last series and the number of turnovers that he had.
Yeah, well, you mean the last series that they won?
Yeah, that they won.
Yeah.
But they were down and they had to come back.
And did they ever? And they were good. I think they're pretty tested.
Because of their first series? Because people would say,
I think
the Cavaliers
huge.
are the team with experience and the Pistons are young go-getters. And let's see, they don't have the experience. But
they've played 3 straight elimination games and won them all.
It's not easy.
Nope.
Not easy. All right, give me an X factor in tonight's game, Jeff. What's the X factor?
I asked John Schuman from NBA.com, who was just with us, about Jalen Duren. I think he could be the X factor. His point totals have been so far in the series. I think he's had 11 points twice and 8 points twice, if I'm not mistaken, and double-digit rebounds in the first 2 games and 6 combined in Cleveland. I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up having a big game tonight. He averaged 19.5 points a game in the regular season. That's
your
big.
X
That's
factor.
big.
Dan, do you have an X factor in tonight's game? Pressure is on.
No, it's more the fact that, could you really call Harden an X factor at this point?
All 3 of us did last game, and
we called him the most important player.
It's
not really the X factor.
It was an X factor there.
Yeah, X factor feels a little bit more under the radar.
That's what I think too.
All right,
Yeah.
all right.
Okay, so he's off the table.
I mean, we knew James had to play well.
So then
He was really good.
I would say Max Strus. I think Max Strus had as much to do with the Cavaliers winning Game 3 as James Harden did. I mean, James Harden put the shots in, but Max Strus's defense and the way that he, for lack of better terminology, flat out just went yoink on the inbounds pass was unbelievable at the tail end of Game 3. Max Strus was unbelievable in that game, and they need his hustle.
He is a player to me. You can tell early on, is he going to be a factor tonight or is he going to disappear? Because it's going to be one or the other. I mean, there have been playoff games where he's just a non-factor and others where he's a catalyst. So, Dan, that's an interesting choice by you.
I would have said Max Strus just because of the way he's playing, but I'll just go a little bit off the board. I'm going to go...
Didn't know we had a board.
It's my board, yeah. I'm going to go Schroeder. I'm going to go Dennis Schroeder in this one because the minutes he's had have been a little bit quiet, but he's hit some big buckets along the way. And positionally, I think it's tough for him to be, but it depends on how he takes care of his minutes in tonight's game. So I'm going to go – I'll go Schroeder on this because he'll probably get, somewhere around 15 minutes a game, right? Is what he's averaged, 11 to 18, somewhere in there.
We'll see.
But I do think he'll end up hitting, if the Cavaliers win tonight, he'll hit some of those death grip buckets that he hits that you're like, whoa, thank you. Appreciate that. Not really, no.
He's scrappy. Yes. I've always liked Dennis's game.
All right, so then is it the most intriguing player then? Is that what we agreed to on Harden? Or we said it was the most important player? What was that the other day we did? Remember, you just said it.
Glad you remembered.
Well, you just said it 30 seconds ago.
I think it was the most important player.
Most important player.
I think that was it.
I think it goes back to Mitchell again tonight. I know we all said Harden in the last game, but
I can't live life expecting Donovan Mitchell to go Super Saiyan to save
Yeah,
me.
I don't need him.
And again, I don't want him to. It was great fun to watch, and they probably don't win that game without it. But the fact that they were within 4 points at halftime, was it 4 points or 6 points? 56-52, I believe. 4 points. Whatever it was close. With Donovan being a non-factor in the first half, to me screams how important it is that the Cavaliers play as a team. Because Donovan's not going to score 39 in the second half.
No.
Hopefully you never need him to. Just do not dominate the ball, guys. Move it around. Love to see Jared Allen get about 18 points tonight.
He is due for one, especially when you go back and think about game one where he got stifled not only by the referees,
foul trouble,
but by his own coach. Yeah. So I think he has a little bit to prove tonight, especially, although he's gotten better in every game, obviously. But that first game, it wasn't even all on him. I think he has been unbelievably consistent in the playing time that he's had. He has been, I don't know. I like watching him play, and I love when he gets mad. I don't know. That's like my favorite time to watch him when I see Jared Allen step it up to the next, and you're like, wow, man, because he seems like such a nice guy. I know you probably shouldn't let.
They've done such a good job on Jalen Duren too.
Yeah,
they really have.
They've done such a good job.
That's why I'm pointing to him tonight, Dan. Mm-hmm. If he can figure it out, if JB can figure it out, if Cade Cunningham can figure it out to get him involved, and it really accentuates that inside-outside game for the Pistons, look out. Because if Duren has, if he scores his season average, which is 19.5, if he scores 19 points, watch how effective Cade Cunningham is.
Well, and it needs to almost be, and I'm not trying to give the Pistons advice, but my word, I would be very tempted to get someone to grab him by the shirt collar and yank him in close and go, I need you. Like, I need you to buck up, and I need you to take every single hit that you're going to take tonight, and I need you to be bigger, faster, and stronger.
You need to be a force.
Yep.
I
We're
agree.
going to be a problem.
We'll come back to the Cavs here in a moment. Chris Rose is going to join us at 1. Coming up next, Hughes Norton, super agent to the Stars when it comes to the PGA, at one time Tiger Woods agent, lives here in Northeast Ohio, loves talking golf with us. We love talking golf with him as well. What's going on with the Live Tour? And, of course, the PGA Championship going on this weekend. We'll break it all down with our friend Hughes Norton. Next, Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
one game I got to see was this game in Game 4, and I came away impressed with how tough they were inside. I came away impressed with how everything that they did to stave off everything defensively. I was impressed by that, and if they do that again tonight, they'll win tonight, and I'm telling you, this series is over.
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Big day and big weekend coming up here in sports. A lot of good stuff going on, whether it's, even the Monsters, big weekend coming up too. But obviously on the golf course, there's the PGA Championship. We're looking forward to that. And then tonight, Game 5 of the Cavaliers and Pistons. But let's talk more about that. Golf, the 2026 PGA Championship going on just outside of Philadelphia. So we bring in our friend, a man who's an expert at the game of golf and letting us become more knowledgeable each and every time. His name is Hughes Norton. Rainmaker, super agent Hughes Norton, and the money grab explosion of golf from Tiger Woods to Liv and beyond. He is right now on the Weishart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Hughes, how are you, my friend?
Hi,
What's
Hughes.
going on?
Hey, guys. Rainmaker still doing well. It's a good week to read it with the PGA Championship.
It's a way to do it right there, Hughes.
I'm excited for. How's the book? I mean, you said it's doing well. Are you like the feedback you've gotten on the book has been what?
Well, our publisher keeps filling me in because, like most people, I don't know the ins and outs of publishing.
Mm-hmm.
Our sales, we've sold about 25,000 units, which in publishing lingo is a combo of hardcover, paperback, ebook, and the audio version, which I recorded myself and some people have enjoyed listening to.
Nice.
So you say to yourself, where does that rank? I had no idea. Our editor told us the other day that puts us in the 500 best-selling books of the year, which is crazy.
Think of all those.
That's outstanding.
All those textbooks that are behind you too. Congratulations on that.
Yeah, there's 3 million books are published a year in the United States. So,
wow.
So that number blew me away.
PGA Championship, second major of the year. Hughes, I'm still getting used to it. I don't think I like it, but I'm still trying to get used to it. How's it playing? How's it playing for the guys on tour?
They don't like it. Clear and simple, Jeff. You're all over it. For history, for a second, the PGA for a million years was in August. It was the fourth major chronologically each year: Masters, U.S. Open, British Open, PGA. So you went April, June, July, and August. And August is prime golf month in the United States, so why not in August? Well, the PGA Tour sort of snookered the PGA Championship guys, persuaded them 10 years ago to move from August back to May so that the Players' Championship, which used to be in May, could move back to March. I know this gets a little complex here, but the PGA Tour thought, wow, this is really cool. Now we have the Players in March, we have the Masters in April, we have the PGA Championship in May, the U.S. Open in June, and the British Open in July. But what they really wanted was to protect August for this stupid, foolish, sorry about that, FedEx Cup playoffs. I mean, for the PGA Tour to have a playoffs, to me is, I'm a golf, traditionalist. I just think it's crazy. But they wanted August for these. FedEx puts millions and millions into the tour. So now, as you probably know, they have these 3 playoff events culminating in the FedEx Champion. Let me ask you guys, you're golf fans, has anyone ever said to you, wow, who's leading the FedEx points list?
Never.
Hughes, I can't recall the last time. And I can't tell you who won it either.
And Hughes, you know what goes through my mind as you're explaining this? Jeff's going to laugh, and so is Dan. That this whole kind of thing kind of eliminated Firestone along the way, too, especially because FedEx was involved
in that.
Here you go,
Hughes.
It drives me crazy. I'm listening because I always remember.
I'm Andy Baskin for Northeast Ohio.
I'm just telling you that it wasn't. The PGA Championship was right after Firestone, right? It was like it was the lead-in before. So it just humor me, even if I'm not right. Tell me that I'm right. Because I fume thinking
Hughes,
about
go
the
ahead.
fact that the greatest golfers in the world were coming to Northeast Ohio each and every year on this amazing golf course that did great things. And by the way, the Senior Tour does a great job with the Akron Charities as well. But what you just laid out was also the ending of Firestone. Am I right or am I wrong?
You're pretty close. I mean, now it's a senior tour event.
I know.
So see, Jeff, I'm favoring Andy.
There you go. It's all right, Hugh. Somebody has to.
I do enjoy the senior event, and I think they do a great job.
It's a nice event.
They do an excellent job. But I'm bummed because we'd get Tiger. We got everyone would come through.
I know. Well, anyway, so the PGA, we're in Philadelphia, which is actually one of the great golf course centers of America. This course Aronimink, where the PGA is this week, not that many people know too much about it. Donald Ross designed it. Ross designed 400 courses. 20 years after he built it, you know what he said? He said, I really think this is the best course I ever did. How about that?
Wow.
And Marion, everybody knows Marion, and the U.S. Amateurs in Marion this August. So we've got, a couple of big events in Philly, and the town's loving it. The 76er fans aren't real happy, but they'll be out there too.
11 guys from the Liv Tour are playing in the PGA Championship. Are we going to be able next year to say, hey, these guys from the Liv Tour are playing in whatever major? Or is the Liv Tour going to cease to exist sooner than we maybe even think, Hughes?
The answer would be both, Jeff, actually, because the majors, the Big Four, have opened up the doors now, Crack, to let the Liv guys in if they're pretty accomplished on that tour. So you get a few, not all, playing in the biggest tournaments of the year. Meanwhile, the Saudis have pulled the plug on funding the Liv Tour, which I think everybody knows. They are estimated to have spent $6 billion with a B dollars so far, and this is their last year of financing it. The Liv Tour guys, the administration, the CEO are saying all the right things about we're going to continue, we're going to find new investors, but it's really hard for me to see how that works. The tour's never gained any traction, has no television ratings to speak of. It's 54 holes. They've changed it this year finally. They do 4 rounds instead of 3. They play loud music during the, it's just not, somehow it just never caught on. And so I don't think anybody cares if it goes away because, like my question about the FedEx Cup points list, who among us ever says, hey, Jeff, did you see what happened on Liv on Saturday? Yeah. Not me.
Unless it was crazy. It would have to be something crazy.
It would have to be loony. Do you think the Liv Tour has hurt the game of individual players on the Liv Tour, Hughes, by being in a different environment and maybe not quite the competitive environment that the PGA Tour is?
It's a great point, and people are saying that, Jeff, because even the guys themselves, you wouldn't think some of the great players in this sport, it would make a difference whether there's a cut after 36 holes, whether, you're playing against all the best players or just some of them. But Cam Smith's a perfect example. He's kind of forgotten. He's this Australian kid that won, the British Open and has disappeared. I mean, he finishes 15th every week on the Liv Tour. And the quality of play, the John Rahms and the DeChambeaus, are finishing top 3 pretty much every week out there on Liv. But you wonder if their game's been hurt. Rahm hasn't played well in majors for quite a while since he went there. So remains to be seen. If you're the tour, who do we want back? Who are the needle movers? There aren't many. Rahm, yeah. DeChambeau, double yeah. I mean, that guy is charismatic. He hits the ball a ton. He actually, a la Arnold Palmer, takes time to shake kids' hands and smile at the gallery. I don't know if you ever pick up on that. He's a favorite. He enjoys what he's doing, and there's so many guys like the Patrick Cantlays and Justin Thomases. They haven't smiled in months.
It's true.
They're out there making millions, and they seem unhappy all the way around the golf course.
We love the game, but it's so many guys you watch and you think, wow, that guy's he's a good player. But DeChambeau is a guy that people like to watch because just the way he attacks the game. And to me, I would love to see him back on tour. He's saying, I'm going to do YouTube stuff. Hughes, if you were his agent, what would you tell him?
You got to get back. I mean, his argument is interesting. He's basically saying, I can probably keep myself eligible for major championships. If you win a major, you're exempt for 5 years. And so he's won 2. And if he continues to play well in majors, if you each one is different. But if you finish top 10 or top 12, top 15, they're all different. You get automatically invited back the next year. And he's thinking, I mean, he's made $125 million from Liv. Okay, he's got 2.3 million followers on YouTube. He does all these crazy fun things. I don't know if you guys have ever seen him. He's in his front yard with a 9-iron, hitting balls over his roof to a green in the back. He can't see it. And they have cameras, and he hits like 75 shots until he knocks one in. I mean, crazy stuff, but people love it.
Who do you like this weekend? Are we Scheffler, McIlroy? Where are we going with this thing? Who do you like?
I mean, yeah, Scheffler, second in his last 3 tournaments. You got to look at Rory. You know, he and Scheffler have won 4 of the last 5 majors. That's pretty interesting. Cam Young, this young kid, is playing really well. DeChambeau and Rahm, you know, they're good enough to be right there. And you know, a guy that people sort of forget about, even when he was still on the tour before he went to Liv, Brooks Koepka. He's won 3 PGAs and 2 other majors. He won back-to-back PGAs and he won back-to-back U.S. Opens. Guy's got 5 majors, and he's hardly a household word. So he's back. He came back. He quit Liv, came back this year. I look for Koepka to have a pretty good week at the PGA. He seems to really get fired up for the big tournaments, and this is one.
You like where the game is right now? The Liv is a huge issue here, but overall, is the health of the PGA Tour, the health of professional golf okay?
They keep doing better and better with their ratings, Jeff. The Liv going away would help everything because you don't have conflict, you don't have wars between tours. Everybody's made out. You know, you say, what was the consequence or what was the result of Liv? People say it was bad. Well, for the guys that went there, they created, you know, generational wealth for themselves. The Rahms, the DeChambeaus, you know, the Dustin Johnsons, Koepka. But also, guess what? The PGA Tour reacting to the threat of Liv, right? They bumped their prize money way up. They have 8 tournaments now, which are the same purse as every one of the Liv events, $20 million. So in 8 PGA tournaments now, you can win almost $4 million for first place, just like Liv pays out. So in a way, the guys that were loyal and stayed are kind of laughing all the way to the bank because they thought they'd lost out, some of them, by not going. And guess what? Now they're making more money than ever.
All right, here we go. Second, I'm still having trouble. Jeff brought it up in the beginning, just the order of things, because it used to just be so easy. And now you're like, oh, wait, the PGA Championship's this weekend. So, all right, make sure you get it. Yeah, sorry, finish.
No, I was just going to say it was all done for the FedEx Cup playoffs, which, again, I don't get it. The other thing that's happened when you put the PGA this month, right now, the second week of May, guess what? The northern third of the country has some pretty cool courses all the way across, draw a line. So all the Chicagos and Rochesters and Philly, you know, it could easily be 45 degrees this week. It's not.
Yes, it could.
So you're eliminating a bunch of courses. I don't know. The PGA, the players they'll never admit it publicly. Some of them actually have. The top guys say it's just another tour event to them. Yeah, because it's a major, they'd love it on the resume. But there's no way they get as excited here as they do for the British Open, U.S. Open, and, of course, Augusta.
No way. All right, hey, thank you. Make sure you get the book, Rainmaker, Super Agent Hughes Norton, and the money grab explosion of golf from Tiger Woods to Liv and beyond. Hughes, you're a dear friend. Thank you. We appreciate you.
Hughes, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Talk to you soon. Hughes Norton, Northeast Ohio guy, right here on the Weishart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Yes, talk about it. We'll watch it this weekend. I think he's right, though. It's like you think about the 4 majors, and it's 4th, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
I was looking for just
no, you're correct.
The gratification
you're correct.
of having Jeff say, you're right. I enjoy that. Something happened to the Browns. Not a big story about a quarterback, but what they're doing. We'll talk about that when we come back here in a moment. Plus the Guardians, you know, a little bit of day baseball today. We'll get into that. And then back to the Cavaliers. Chris Rose at 1 o'clock. Baskin and Phelps, 216-474-0092. –
all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
(216-474-0092). That is the number to call in. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Dan Mennigan is here. Meredith Kane will say hello to you if you call that number. He is Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. We've had John Schuman on the show from NBA.com. He gave us a lowdown on the Cavaliers-Pistons, Game 5 tonight. We will talk a little bit more about that later in the show. Hughes Norton, former agent for Tiger Woods, was just with us, gave us some insight on the PGA Championship. Maybe throwing a little John Rahm at you, too, if you're looking to figure out who might win or you want to pick a golfer or a player to win over the weekend of this second major of the year following the Masters. Or maybe, you like Rory, you like who you like, and maybe that's who you'll be rooting for this weekend when you are watching a little bit of golf. The Browns, Jeff, I want to talk about this. Meredith just had the story, too. So over the weekend, we had a little bit of a Mother's Day gathering. And the
Browns did?
Yeah, they did. And I've got family that obviously enjoy the Browns, and they like it.
I see what you're doing.
Yeah, when the Browns are on the road and they do a big trip, they kind of like to jump in on it. Now, I don't know if they've done Europe before, but they'll do New Orleans or they'll do, places around the United States, maybe in Denver or something like that.
So cash and time
Vegas,
off in the Baskin family.
Vegas,
I like that. Congratulations.
No, they figure out, what happens is you just pay your bills on one credit card and then you have plane tickets at the end of the day. That's how it kind of works. So, and so now we're sitting around. They're like, oh, well, the Browns they're going to Paris. They're taking on the Saints in Paris. It's the Browns. I think that's been announced. I'm like, I don't think so, guys. I'm not sure about that. And then today we find out it's not the Browns. It's the Steelers going. Thoughts?
Browns save some money. You don't have to go to Paris.
It was your first thought?
Means we'll be working till 7 o'clock instead of...
It's all about you.
4 o'clock one day. No, not all about me. It's just... Andy, I don't care where they play. I really don't. The games are all on television. They could play in a television studio and it wouldn't matter because you're watching the NFL. I'd watch it regardless of where it is. I'm not a huge international game guy. You're the Pittsburgh Steelers, play your games in Pittsburgh. You're the Cleveland Browns, play your games in Cleveland. I don't know. I know Roger Goodell's trying to grow the game, and he wants it all over the place. And eventually, maybe even in the lifetime of anybody who's 50 and older, maybe we have an international-based team. I couldn't care less. I just like watching football, and they could play it in a TV studio, and I'd watch.
I see a little bit more. I'm going to ask Dan first before I tell you what I think about this. But what did you think when you found out the Steelers were going instead of the Browns?
I was a little surprised. I mean, it seemed like there was a lot of smoke to the idea that the Browns were finding their way to Paris.
Wonder why that happened.
I don't know either. I'm not 100% sure. Who knows? I'm not in charge of the schedule. It's, it's one of those, again, it sets up kind of what Jeff said, where it feels like we're going to have a lot of 4 o'clock games and a lot of 1 o'clock games, and we're going to roll from there. And maybe they'll throw us the Thursday night bone, or we'll maybe get a Monday night.
They don't have to, right? They don't have to do that anymore. Nope. So I think this is a precursor of not having a lot of nationally televised games.
We knew that before the season started.
I know, but maybe it's a little bit worse because this was an easy opportunity for the NFL to just kind of throw them into that game.
And win 8 games in 2 years and have no idea who your starting quarterback's going to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's put them on national TV. Sunday night, baby.
Jeff, I don't
know
if you
know Tirico. Let's go.
Let me look. Browns, A+ draft. Browns, best draft ever. Ooh, look at this. Browns reborn with draft.
On paper.
You're right, because that's going to go really well for Sunday Night Football. Mike, look at Spencer Fano right there breaking that block.
It's great watching a guy play left tackle.
Look at him. Look at him halt that pass rush. I tell you, Mike.
Look at 2 of the hottest young wide receivers in the NFL now playing on the shores of Lake Erie until they go into the Dome very soon. But they'll be playing on the shores of Lake Erie. Wow, look how exciting it's going to be for the new upstart Cleveland Browns. Remember that big draft they had last year? Hey, they're going to be good next year. Doesn't really, I mean, yeah, we're not. Shedeur Sanders could be starting. Wait, what? Headlines all over the place there.
Compared to other teams, those headlines don't attract a lot of attention.
Carson Schlesinger is one of the finer players. Let's highlight him here.
You guys, you don't. It's about marketing.
Yeah, I know. Another teams have a better story.
Would you like us to go down the
For
list
now.
of better marketing things
For
in
now.
your own division?
For
I
now.
have 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers.
You know, there's 3 million people that think Shedeur Sanders is a big deal and will probably watch the game.
Shedeur Sanders, Aaron Rodgers.
He might not play. You think the NFL's going to
We
hitch their
want the
wagon to he
new
might not play?
generation. The new. All it is Roger giving.
There's
Jimmy a
Deshaun
call.
Watson playing quarterback.
Right.
All
Hey,
Roger
let's
has to
tiptoe
do is
around
pick
a
up the
really
phone.
uncomfortable conversation.
Hey, that pass went 20 yards.
Hey, Jimmy, it's Roger. Hey, what's going on? Candidly, I'm feeling pretty good. Well, I got one for you here. Look, we decided we're going to put the Browns on Sunday Night Football, and got to be honest with you, you want a Super Bowl down the road? Might be beneficial to the league if Shedeur Sanders and his 3 million followers are watching us tonight. I'm not saying that happens, but, I mean, it doesn't hurt.
Right.
No cachet? Nothing? No
Got nothing here, dude.
Oh, God, no.
Again, you guys are in the real world. Like, I get it. I understand it. And I don't disagree with your philosophy. But the marketing world says,
Andy, there are better stories. Aaron Rodgers is going to attract more eyeballs than Shedeur Sanders.
People are intrigued with the Shedeur Sanders story.
Aaron Rodgers is going to attract more eyeballs than Shedeur Sanders.
Joe Burrow will get more.
Lamar Jackson will get more.
If they trade Deshaun and then it becomes easy, Shedeur your starter.
But
you don't think
the line of
teams, national TV?
The line of teams to trade for Shedeur or for Deshaun starts over here. Oh, wait a minute. There's nobody in line.
Jalen Hurts and the Philadelphia Eagles will get more.
You guys talk. I hear you. But I also know there's people get mad at me when I say this because
you want to go tailing green.
No, hang on a second. I said it about Johnny Manziel, and
how'd that work out?
We were relevant, whether you like it or not.
God.
I think we gave up the better quarterback to be relevant. We did. They wanted him on the field so bad that he didn't even have to open the playbook. They put the guy on the field that didn't open the playbook. You've got to be kidding me. Like, what? But why would you do that? Marketing, relevancy, all those things that rise your Q score. So I would have figured that.
Right,
I still will figure.
It was a lot of fun hearing Chris Collinsworth go, Mike, look at Johnny Manziel run into that sack. This is entertainment.
It's not the point. That's not the point.
You want your best product out there for the most people to see.
That's why I think, again, the Browns, I think everyone's guaranteed at least one nationally televised game, right? You have to have at least one. I know we said
could be a Thursday night game.
Well, we just said, but they're not locked into the Thursday night game since they went to Prime. That's if your signal can get through, as we've all watched sometimes during this NBA playoffs. That you would want to have the Cavaliers on you'd want to have the Browns on earlier in the season before before bad things can happen, right? Doesn't that make sense?
Or
from a
good
TV
things happen, Andy.
Well, you could always move them in. Let's go to Todd in Ward 1. Hi, Todd.
Hey, Andy. Hey, Jeff. Hey, Dan. I'm grateful that the Browns are not going to Europe this year. Jet lag is a very real thing, and I hope all the division teams will have jet lag.
You'll have jet lag? Are you going to the game then? If they went, would you have gone?
No.
Oh.
No.
He's got to be the first caller in the postgame show.
Oh, that's true.
I take that back. I would go to Paris. I like Paris a lot. It's the only place in Europe I would live. But
you're a big crepes fan, aren't you?
Nah, not particularly. Not particularly.
Why? They're just pancakes.
Well, not
they're
quite.
Super little thin pancakes. That's all.
I like buckwheat pancakes. It's different. And I'm hoping that all three teams come back with jet lag. I hope they come back and play the Browns at home, well-rested Cleveland Browns team. And that's what I think about these European games for our division. If it's going to work to our advantage, I'm with it. And I think that would work to our advantage. And I also hope they come back beaten.
There you go.
All right, Todd,
well said.
All right. See? There's an advantage there, isn't there? You're trying to find an advantage for the Browns, and you just found it.
Todd's well-traveled.
He is. It sounds like
He'd
it.
live in Paris.
Although, how could you not like crepes? Like, crepes are so easy, right? They're just little pancakes with all kinds of fun little flavors on the inside. I was watching them make them at the West Side Market the other day. It was awesome. This is right there. It's so cool how they take it and they put it on that big circle, and then they take the little wooden thing, and you're not intrigued by that?
I know. I've seen them.
Oh, excuse me. I didn't mean to interrupt your time there. Didn't mean to do that. So you don't care. That's basically what
No, I couldn't care less if they're not going to Paris. In fact, I think it's probably better. Eddie, our team needs to be completely focused on just getting better. And Todd Monken in year number 1, is it a distraction to go to Paris? Yeah, a little bit probably. Maybe a little bit. I just leave Todd in Ward 1 alone, leave Todd Monken alone. Just go ahead. Let this team get better. Let this team grow. Hopefully win some football games.
All right, you win. I don't want to argue with them on this one. So it does look like the Browns are headed down that road where they won't see a lot of nationally televised games, but it is what it is when you're coming off of a season like they did. The draft may be intriguing, and you can always get shifted into some of those games later in the season if you do prove yourself to be worthy and should be on national TV or playing meaningful games late in the season. The Browns, it looks like they're going to have to earn it because they are not on the docket for these international games. All right, we got a lot more to talk about. Chris Rose is going to join us at 1 o'clock. We'll talk to him about not only the Browns a little bit there in that game, but we are going to get into the Cavaliers with him. With Game 5 tonight in the Motor City, it's the Cavs and the Pistons. Someone's going to take a 3-2 advantage. Hopefully it's the Cleveland Cavaliers. We'll talk about that with you as well, too. 216-474-0092. And, of course, headlines straight ahead right here on Baskin and Phelps. Hey, let's talk about Choice Cabinet for a second, okay? Look, if you're looking for national game. He is Chris Rose. He'll join us at 1 o'clock. But before we talk to Chris, we got to get ready for this. Second, unfair and really not everywhere. Here's Dan Mennigan with headlines.
They don't let me leave my panic room.
Nice. Well done.
All right, gentlemen, let's begin with the Guardians game. Guardians' first pitch will be in about 20 minutes here. Little bit of a change in the lineup, though. Jose Ramirez hitting second today. Chase DeLauder hitting third.
What's that mean?
I mean, I'm asking you. What do you think?
Jose has not had the start that he wants to have or that they want him to have. Maybe they're just giving it a little different look. DeLauder has been a little bit of a weapon. DeLauder's been getting good pitches because Jose's hitting behind him. Maybe they think we flip it a little bit. Jose gets some better pitches, and maybe it helps both of those guys. I still have to wrap my head around the idea that a really good hitter hits second.
Best hitter should be hitting second.
Maybe. The analytics say so. I know. My old school brain keeps thinking your best hitter hits either leadoff or third. And in between, I put somebody that I know can get on base on a regular basis.
And then there's the other interesting switch on this. It's that Kwan's not playing, so he's out. Was that your second story, sir?
My topic's not good enough for you that you had to change it to your own
I thought
topic?
that was a really good topic with Jose hitting second, DeLauder hitting third.
Bored with what I'm doing here?
But Andy wants to go somewhere else.
Is this not good enough for you?
Well, because the first thing you said when this is what went to my mind. Sorry for being out of the box with the two idiots here.
Out of the box.
You went Ramirez.
Andy's out of the box.
You started talking about Ramirez hitting
I don't know
second.
what that's like. I have to stay in this panic room all day.
The 205 guy's not in the lineup.
You've earned it. No, my point is Ramirez is hitting second, DeLauder's hitting third, and my first thought was, well, what are they doing with Kwan? Because we've only spent the last freaking week talking about...
No, here we go, baby.
I love you.
Wait, it's the two of us?
No.
Is it?
You and me, baby.
Jeff, let's
Do
pull
you
up
think
the
I
odds
could
for
sit here and let you two talk the whole time without interrupting
Pull
you?
up the odds for the
Mennigan and Phelps.
PGA Championship, baby. Let's go.
Nice.
PBL. Let's break it down.
I want to see John Rahm with that 3/4 swing.
That's because Jeff couldn't do the 4 hours of high school track we could do. That's the problem.
Okay.
Say, what do you think of the new divisions in track in the
Snack
Ohio
bar
High School?
rankings 5-1.
Oh,
Here we go.
Hey, I can do that one.
Who needs listeners? Let's talk high school track.
Wait a second. I could do snack bar rankings. I could do best bathrooms in Major League Baseball, best steakhouses around the country. I'm trying to think of other things I could do.
All right, gentlemen.
I'm multi-talented in things you absolutely don't need.
All right, let's move to the gridiron. Brooke Pryor of ESPN is reporting that Steelers head coach Mike McCarthy is, quote, uninstalling everything from quarterback Drew Aller learned at Penn State. Quote, they are re-uploading their own methods and fundamentals and mechanics. So they're turning off Drew Aller and waiting 10 seconds and rebooting him.
I hate that Drew Aller got drafted by the Steelers. I really do.
I've never heard of this.
Well, you know, if it didn't work very well at Penn State for him, and, you know, you would think, unfortunately, poor Drew went back to school and got hurt and everything else, and his value plummeted and everything else. And the word was James Franklin and his staff didn't do the best of job and didn't do Drew any favors. So I get that. All right, hey, you are a physical specimen, and we are going to teach you how to play quarterback the NFL way. That's fine. Good luck. It's probably his best path to success. No?
Yeah, I hate this story. Like, the story just between... I'm actually going to talk to my doctor about it, between Lexapro or Zoloft or Xanax. I cannot sit here and have to look at the two quarterbacks that I really kind of like play on the team that I can't stand, and it's very hard for me. I need to be medicated over Will Howard versus Drew Aller. I'm sorry, it just doesn't matter.
I'm just more shocked. I've never heard of this idea, Andy, of completely uninstalling everything a quarterback knows. I mean, have you heard of this at any point? Maybe I'm missing something. Get out of
Here's what you're seeing is a head coach that has had success before, knows what a good quarterback should look like, sees all the raw talent ability in Drew Aller when they brought him in and said, okay, let's do this, let's disassemble this and put it back together the right way. Because obviously they put in a couple extra bolts somewhere where they shouldn't have, and the instructions that we were using before might have been too complicated. Let's make it easier. Let's give you, Cliff Notes instead of the whole book.
I mean, goodness, when Duck Hunt doesn't work, you just blew into the cartridge and rammed it back in, and you were good to go.
I was too busy playing Space Invaders. Sorry.
So, life as an NFL player in the offseason at its finest right here. George Kittle put this out on Twitter this morning.
Does this story involve anyone getting arrested?
Oh, no.
Wow.
Though there is a little bit of some violence involved, though.
Oh,
yeah,
all right,
yeah,
go
a little
ahead. Let's hear
intrigue
it.
there.
Yeah, let's hear
George Kittle on Twitter. At 4 a.m., as I laid in a deep slumber, I was called to action by my wife, who had discovered a spider the size of a $50 in the bathroom.
Ooh.
Without hesitation, I arose to combat the intruder. Claire handed me the slant board I had been using for rehab and immediately knew the spider had no chance. It took but one attempt for me to strike down my opponent. I received hugs and kisses for my bravery and fell back asleep with confidence. Go out there and have yourselves a day.
That guy's going to be so much fun when he retires because he's so much fun now.
I love that.
Just wait.
Fine University of Iowa education.
Just wait till
right
he's
there.
doing TV full time. That guy's going to be awesome.
Are you guys in that situation with your significant others as well? I am. If there's a bug, that is my job, is to remove the bug. Now, I typically will open up a window and try to throw them out the window or something like that before eliminating them from existence. But that is my job.
When I lived in Texas, I'm sitting in my apartment. My phone rings. It's a female friend of mine. She says, Hey, get over here quick. Get over here quick. Click. I thought, what? I went over. Quick, in the bathroom. In the bathroom.
Jeff, the story is getting saucy.
I walk into the bathroom. There's a spider in the tub. And I said, Spider?
And?
Yes. I took care of the spider.
Oh, Dr. Death.
It was. I thought I had to drive all the way over here because you wouldn't turn on the water and flush him down the drain or step on him or get him up. Yeah, so that happens.
We got that fixed.
Yep.
All right, so I got to tell you a story here. Early on in the show, I may or may not have put a little trap in the garage to try to get a friend out of there because he was going in there. And somebody, and it might have been on social media, said, oh, big tough guy, why couldn't you just let it go? I mean, it wasn't like I wanted to do that, but
what kind of
it was just a little critter.
Little mouse? Raccoon?
I'll leave it at that.
Possum?
No. It was a little
deer?
Mouse. And I
hanging out in the garage?
I think the mouse was terminated. And I felt really, really, really bad about it after somebody had said something to me on social media. And I was like, you know what, you're right. I probably should have figured out a way to chase that thing out of there. So ever since then, and by the way, we haven't had any issues with our garage anymore. But in our house, man, if it crawls, it gets put on a piece of paper and gets sent back into the wildlife.
We have a mouse trap that is a live trap. They walk in, the door closes behind them.
Yeah.
But at the urging of one Dan Mennigan, he said, mice can smell themselves up to 2 miles away, so I have to drive them away from the house to release them.
Yes, you do.
He's like
it's obnoxious.
Dude, tell me he is not like every mob movie you've ever seen where they drive off somewhere into New Jersey and dump the body off.
Only for a bird to come flying by.
It's in the Meadowlands.
Yes, it's in the Meadowlands.
In one of the dumbest things that's floating around social media, because we kind of work here and we should open up the curtain a little bit on this one. One of the things flying around is the miles traveled by every NFL team this season upcoming.
Yeah. So this used to be a college thing where they would come out and on recruiting day and tell you who the new recruiting class was. They would come out with a big media release saying the miles we traveled to get the players that we got.
Right. So this is the miles that are going to be traveled by that team to play all of their games like it's some kind of an advantage. The Browns are 31st. They will only travel 9,073 miles this season.
That's great.
Jeff saving money.
It's a lot of pedaling still.
The reason I think we need to open the curtain on this is I think people forget how nice it is to fly with an NFL team and the fact that there are like beds on this plane. Like, it's not like these mile things are what it used to be where you would be sitting there at gate check and turn around and go, oh, look, Robert Parrish.
No, that's true. I don't know. Are there beds on NFL planes? I don't know. It's been a while since
Yeah. There's pods. There's the whole thing.
I was on the Browns plane a couple of years ago, and it was huge. It was a commercial plane.
Yeah.
But it was, I don't know if there were beds up front, but where I was sitting, all I knew is it was huge. It was one of those absolute jumbos.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've done this too.
It was
I just
a
remember
monster.
there was a preseason game. Oh man, I just remembered. I was sitting next to Casey Coleman on that, and we had to switch planes in Philadelphia because the plane we were on didn't work. And you know how there's
You don't want to find that out at 30,000 feet, Andy.
So they moved us from one to another. I mean, man, it must have been one of Casey's last games too. And I just remember like all the protocol rules that we had for baseball, where manager sits in the front seat, the coaches sit there. If there's any media, they sit in the middle, and then it's rookies all the way back to veterans. It's the same kind of thing in the NFL. When we switched planes, it was anything goes, sit in any seat you wanted to, and I was like, I want to be the last one on this plane. I'll take the worst seat because I just want to get home. But I wasn't about to get that feeling like, why are you here?
Yep.
Kind of feeling.
Yep.
Yeah, that's that feeling.
Trust.
We will end with this, gentlemen. Papa John's has announced that they are going to start selling their garlic sauce in grocery stores. So you'll be able to get the garlic sauce that has come with Papa John's pizza for various other things. It will not be exclusive or anything like that, but you'll be able to buy it in a grocery store near you.
That's
wonderful.
Okay. That has the little built-in cardboard spot in there.
Correct.
Yeah. So
yeah, where you can dip the crust in or dip all that stuff. Like that garlic butter.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
Do you do the crust or do you do breadsticks?
Do whatever in there. I know some people swear by it. That's one of those on my list. That's like, good.
I like it though when good spots sell their good stuff. Like there's a local restaurant local chain that sells its barbecue sauce in grocery stores.
Oh.
And there's a fast food place that now sells its barbecue sauce in grocery stores.
I don't know. There's a local.
Might have a cowboy hat. It's really good barbecue sauce.
There's a local place that has salad dressing I absolutely love. It's a little
spot.
Yeah, it's it's a banquet hall.
A really good good oil and vinegar Italian dressing is just tough to beat.
Near a bridge that's being fixed. I'll leave it.
There you go. Nice job, Andy.
I'm Andy. He's Dan. Dan did the segment. Remember?
Well, I meant nice job on you on the sauce.
Oh, well, thank you.
Dan did the segment. Dan was phenomenal, but Dan always is.
Oh, Dr. Red Pen strikes again. Hey, Chris Rose coming up next. John Boy Media. 216-474-0092. Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
This is an
channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 923 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
The next milepost for the Browns offseason is the NFL schedule release and our world-famous schedule game. The radio home of the Cleveland Browns has you covered. We are 92.3 The Fan.
Ooh, the Miami Red Hawk fight song. That means Chris Rose is coming up as soon as we get a winner. Enter the word win, W-I-N, at 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Monsters Round 2 Game 1. It's Thursday, May 14th. That's tomorrow, 7 o'clock at Rocket Arena. Get ready. Tickets on sale at clevelandmonsters.com/playoffs. The first 5,000 fans will receive a T-shirt courtesy of University Hospitals. All fans at Game 1 will also receive a rally towel courtesy of 1010. Again, win at 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock.
All right, kids, let's go to the Weishart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We bring in super friend to the show, pride in Northeast Ohio, the true king of Psalm from his days at University School, John Boy Media, and, of course, American Gladiators, Chris Rose. What's up?
Hi, Chris.
Hello, gentlemen.
How are you?
Good. What's up?
Let's talk about a potpourri of Cleveland sports. First of all, I'd like your thoughts on Game 5 tonight, my friend. Pistons, Cavs. What do you think?
Well, we've been right in there both times in Detroit and haven't been able to finish. I'd like to see us dribble the ball off our shoe less, take more shots. But, I expect it to come down to the final couple minutes, and so this is what we want. There's not that many teams left. And what are there, 6 teams left? Yeah, that's it.
That would be correct.
So we're one of them. Let's go have some fun tonight.
Wasn't Game 4 just strange? Donovan, no factor at all in the first half, and then second half, oh my gosh. That was a strange game.
All because of the officiating, guys, as I was, pointed out by one coach.
Mm-hmm.
Look, with all due respect, and I loved what JB did for us. Like, I thought he was the perfect guy at the right time, and he got a bunch of young guys to believe, and that was great. This is the old Phil Jackson thing, right? If I play this right through the media, we're so good and so well respected in this league, whether I'm leading the Bulls and Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen, or I'm leading the Lakers and it's Kobe Bryant and Shaquille O'Neal, the refs are going to listen to me. If that turns the tide in this series because of that complaining and bitching, then something's wrong. I'm sorry. The Pistons are a good team. They're probably just as good as we are. But he's not Phil Jackson, and Cade Cunningham's not Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant. He's a really good player. He was probably the second best player in the East behind Jaylen Brown this year. Great player. But my God, if that's what we're resorting to now, stop. I think it's tiring.
Do you think the Cavs can win a road game, and is tonight that night?
Yeah, I think we can. Absolutely. We're going to have to hit some open threes, we're going to have to shoot really well from the perimeter, I think, is what it comes down to. And I noticed Harden's usage in the last 2 games was down significantly, and that doesn't mean he's a bad player. It just means that we don't have to make him the guy. And I'll give you one other key. Evan Mobley and Jared Allen have to catch the basketball, whether they're rebounding defensively or we get guys that are passing it. I've never seen 2 guys who can be really good players that I trust less. I feel like I think I've said this before, that they should be in the Browns receiver room last year. That's how poor they are at catching the ball.
Do you like the way that Harden has fit in the playoffs, Chris? I thought he had a really nice game in Game 4. That first half,
yeah, he did.
without he and Mobley, look out.
Yeah, he did. I forget which game it was, 3 or 4, and it still was iso ball and hit a 3. And look, we got fortunate. I like it when we move the ball around.
Yep.
That's my style. I like it when you beat guys off the dribble, leads to a pass, it leads to a pass, it leads to a pass. And I know you can't do that every time down the floor, but in this sport, it seems like guys are so good at beating another guy off the dribble that you can get that. It feels like you can get it when you want. And I'd like to see more of that instead of less.
All right, Chris, let's switch gears over to the Guardians for a minute, taking on the Angels today. Interesting top of the lineup. Martinez will sub in today for Stephen Kwan, so he'll be hitting first, but we have a flip-flop in the 2-3 positions there, where Ramirez hitting second and DeLauder now hitting third. Give us your best knowledge on that and what you think.
Well, I think the knowledge is that they can't – they're trying to get Jose going any way they can. And I know he doesn't like to hit second. He is more comfortable hitting third. He's basically said that, right?
Right.
But you're doing what – this team is not going to go very far if Jose Ramirez isn't Jose Ramirez. So you got to do whatever you can to try and get him going. So, it's fine. I mean, it's been shown for years, like, it's ridiculous that you don't hit your best player second. You should be hitting your best player second. He's still our best player. He's not off to the best start out of all of our players. He's still our best player. So that's what I would say.
Who's in a tougher spot? Stephen Kwan or the Guardians with Stephen Kwan?
Well, I mean, it sucks what's gone on with him. It's terrible. I feel for him in the worst way. Guy plays his ass off.
Yep.
He's a really good baseball player, but it stinks. It's like, and I don't have a problem with moving him down in the lineup. Teams do that all the time. I mean, some teams will give guys who have had better careers than Stephen Kwan multiple days off. I'm not talking about, like, they don't play tomorrow, so they're trying to give him 2 days off before we see him Friday, the next stop. But I've seen guys sat for a whole series before, and really, really excellent ball players. It happened with Andrew McCutchen a bunch of years ago. Once again, they got to figure out a way. It's, they didn't do anything in the off season. It's why I was a little ticked off about the trade. They're going to have to, Bazzana's been great and DeLauder's been phenomenal. I just don't know if they could do what we want them to do without making some sort of move offensively.
Has Angel Martinez impressed you as much as he's impressed me? And what do you think ends up happening with him here, Chris? He looks like a guy who should play every day.
I mean, I guess he has to on this team. I don't think that he is on a great team or even a really, really good offense. I don't think he's an everyday baseball player, but I think that he's, it's like Schneemann too. Like, Schneemann has saved our bacon this year, but I don't think he's an everyday ball player on a lot of teams. That's not being mean. It's just kind of where we are. I'm looking at our lineup today, and I see, seriously, I see 3 everyday baseball players. I'm watching it right now. I see, Ramirez, obviously, and he's the DH today. So I guess 4 if you're really doing it that way. Bazzana, DeLauder, Ramirez, and Rocchio. Rocchio is, I think a lot of our guys can learn something from what Brian Rocchio learned last year by being sent down. Be who you are. Don't swing for the damn fences every time. Put good bats together. When he gets hits on 0-2 pitches, that's growth. That's great. And we just don't have enough guys that are doing it at this point.
Chris, L.A. Cleveland question for you there. Where does LeBron James end up next year?
That's a great question. I think they're going to move. I think they're going to move off of him here, but I don't see him moving back to Cleveland, guys. I just don't. I mean, is she in high school now? His daughter?
She's close. I don't know if she's there or not. And
yeah,
plus,
I mean,
his his second son is at Arizona.
Yeah, Bryce.
Yeah.
He's at Arizona. I mean, he's got to get on the court first. But yes,
True,
he is there.
but he's out in that part of the country.
Right. And, I mean, who knows what that aspect of his life brings.
True.
So it's not as simple as, I'll go play for a team that's in the Final Six and hopefully the Final Four and hopefully the Final Two and maybe last one standing. I don't think it's as simple as that for everybody. For us, it is. For us, it's like, why wouldn't he? He's 41 and he's got 3 kids and a wife and a lifestyle out here. So it's not necessarily that simple. But so if I were to guess, I mean, could he play for the Clippers? My God, that would be amazing, right? If he went across the hall, essentially the street now, used to be a hall, but now, down a ways. But that would be insane if he ended up there.
How about Golden State?
Yeah, I just don't see them being that close, right? I think the Clippers are closer. Plus, they have the 5th pick now in the draft?
I believe they do.
On top of everything.
Yeah, the way it's settled.
Yeah. I mean, I just think the Lakers I think they're going to move off of him. And I think they're going to try and build around Luka, which is probably what they should do. And that's that.
All right, last question for me. A lot of us thought the Browns were going to get the Saints in Paris this year. As it turns out, we found out the Steelers will get the Saints in Paris today. Just your thoughts on that and the Browns on national TV. I can totally understand why they wouldn't do it, but they've got a year to kind of earn the respect of the league, I think, to get in some of these primetime games.
Yeah, win some games. Yeah, it's pretty simple. I mean, if you have a choice between the Steelers, who are a national brand, although we don't like to say it, they travel exceptionally well, or the Browns, who hopefully are back in the conversation sooner rather than later. I get it. I understand it. And so, and by the way, it's perfectly fine with me. It means I don't have to wake up to watch a 6:30 start out here.
Good point.
I guess it's what time
when I made a comment like that, I got from Andy, it's all about you.
Oh, well, that's Chris's different.
Well, no, but
that's because I said, we won't be working until 7 o'clock if they're playing in Paris.
Yeah, I mean, it's look.
I'm with you, Chris. I can't imagine the schedule you work on those international games.
Yeah, those. It depends. If you host the pregame show, and I'm not complaining about it. It's just we know. Wonky schedule. You get up at 1:30 that day, and it's fine. I mean, you work your shift goes until the end of the international game, and then you're done. Then you get to watch football all day
after you sleep.
I don't ever complain about a schedule, but
challenging.
I personally prefer us not to play international games. I don't know. I don't think the players love the travel. I know the coaches hate it, and it's good for the league. I totally understand why they do it, but I think for our season, let's stay here and we'll go from there.
Yes, sir.
All right, Chris, before we let you go, what's going on with Dugout Discussions? I know you had a nice little podcast there with Austin Hedges. What's going on over there?
Yeah, I mean, we just talked to different guys around the league. Colson Montgomery, who I think is going to be a stud for the White Sox. He's basically the next Corey Seager, and he's already here, and he's awesome. I had him on. Today I'm going to go record with Tony Vitello, who is the rookie manager for the San Francisco Giants.
Right out of college.
And has been, fascinating, and he speaks unlike any other manager or coach professionally in any of the 4 major sports, in my opinion. I think he is as entertaining as it gets, and nice play by Rocchio to end the inning. That away.
There you go. Interview and play-by-play, which you're not allowed to do, but that's all right. No big deal.
Yes, you are. Why aren't you allowed to do it?
Live. You can't do it live.
He didn't. It was delayed.
You can't.
All right, that's delayed. It was enough. All right, I'm just making sure. All right, Chris, we got to roll, man.
I'm not doing radio, for God's sake.
I'm kidding.
The guy made a nice play.
I'm trying to keep me out of trouble.
My Guardian.
All right.
You go watch my Guardian.
Go watch your game. We'll talk to you later. Chris Rose, John Boyd Media. You know him as the preseason play-by-play guy on the Browns TV network, too. Goodbye, Chris.
Bye, guys.
See ya. Chris Rose, also Pride of Northeast Ohio. On the Wise Heart Right, we make it right. Call Kyle Wright. Hotline. Let's come back. We'll talk about what Chris had to say. Also, get ready for tonight's game. Cavs-Pistons, Game 5 in Detroit. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Counting down the hours, counting down the minutes. Let's get this game going. 8 o'clock tonight, Cavaliers, Pistons, Game 5. There you have it. We had a chance to talk to Chris Rose from John Boy Media. We talked Cavs, we talked Browns, we talked Guardians. What else we talked about with them? Anything else? I think that was it.
We talked a lot of sports.
Yeah, we did. And that's what it does when you got a local guy
good to talk
that
about.
Goes national. He's big time. So Chris was nice enough to join us. And, we talked about all those things. Hughes Norton was with us at noon today, the writer of the book Rainmaker, super agent Hughes Norton, and the money grab explosion of golf from Tiger Woods to Live and beyond. And we talked to him about what's going on as we have our second major of the year heading into Philadelphia this weekend. And John Schuman from NBA.com was with us a little bit earlier as well. That was at 11:20. You can listen to any of those on the Odyssey app. And in fact, if you missed a moment of the show, well, you can always use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. That's our good friends at Integrated Restoration. Cavs tonight. Again, I'm a little bit antsy looking forward to this game. To me, it's all about those turnovers, and if they can just limit the turnovers and limit the points off of on fast breaks and in turnovers, points off turnovers too don't ever help the Cavaliers either. They stay out of the hole early on. I'm a little tired of watching this team, which they didn't do in every game, but it feels like it. They fall into this hole in the first quarter, and then they've got to dig their way out, down 10, 15, 18 points, and now all of a sudden they got to dig their way out of it to try to even make it into a competitive game. Stay away from that, man, if we can. Stay away. I don't know. I think that's the key to tonight's game is just – and I think we all know it. I mean, we've watched this game now 4 times over against the Pistons. Limit your turnovers. I'm not going to say you're not going to have any. Just limit the turnovers. Watch what happens on the glass, especially with the Pistons offensively, because that's burned them in one of the games. So make sure you can pull all those things off, and then all of a sudden we could be talking about something good coming up at the end of the day.
All for that, Andy. Pistons are saying the exact same thing. Let's limit the turnovers.
Yeah.
Make sure we get back on D.
Okay.
Can't let the Cavs control the tempo.
Okay.
And we'll get the refs in our back pocket.
Is that what they're saying?
Did you have those checks ready? Did we not?
We don't take cash. There's no checks. It's all cash, baby.
Oh,
hey, by the way.
I'm sorry. I thought it was all card.
No. I
thought all arenas were all card now. No cash.
No, the only cash you'll be seeing it is probably in a nice, fine Italian leather bag, just kind of pushed into the room where the guys who wear the officiating uniform. I was going to say zebras, but they're not anymore. So I don't want to make a big deal about the officiating, but both coaches have done that. All right, good. So it's even. Oh, that makes it okay.
Yes.
Thanks. Hey, Jeff Phelps gives you his blessing.
Kenny had his beef after 2 games in Detroit. JB had his after 2 games in Cleveland. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Do you think the officiating has been fair in this series?
Yes.
216-474. Yep, 216-474-0092. Do you think the officiating has been fair in this series? Do you think JB Bickerstaff, which, by the way, we played a little bit earlier, we could probably play that again for you, too, is whining after the game. Game 4.
Well, if JB whined, what did Kenny do?
Kenny just stated facts. He just said, look, I got to tell you, we were in game 1, we were 15-16 from the line, and they were 27 of 35. 27 of 35. So maybe
can
he
we
had a
quit
right
worrying
to
about the officiating?
Either
way.
Referee, but our head coaches aren't.
You know why JB's team lost the game?
Because
they allowed the Cavs to score 22 straight points to start the third quarter. Sorry. You know why Kenny's team lost in Detroit? Because they didn't answer the challenge. Had nothing to do with the officiating. Didn't answer the challenge. See if they answer it tonight.
Are the Cavs getting tougher in this series? Because I think that they
tough schmuff.
Oh, stop! You know I'm right.
You
There's
keep
a
talking.
Well
psychological-
done on that hard F right there, my friend. You got me concerned.
Yes.
The heart
You
fluttered a
know
little.
as well as I do, and I think everybody at 216-474-0092 will agree with me. When the Cavs are locked in, they can win. There's like no question about it. And
Gee, imagine that.
yeah, but the problem is they haven't been locked in the whole time. So there is a
welcome to the NBA playoffs.
Yeah, but but you make it sound like it's every game it's like that. No, it's not. Like we're watching the Cavaliers.
Andy, it's basketball. Go out and play better than the other team, and you'll win. You don't have to beat them up. Go play better. I mean, it's not that dang difficult. Go play better.
Was JB Bickerstaff right when he was talking about the officiating after Game 4?
It's unacceptable. It is. We didn't do enough, obviously, to help ourselves, and I'll start there. But, ever since we came to Cleveland, the whistle has changed. There's no way that one guy on their team shoots more free throws than our team. We're not a settle team. We're not a jump shooting team. We drive the ball, attack the paint. So what was done out there tonight, it's frustrating. But, we can't allow that to be the reason why, because we didn't play well enough and play to the best of our capabilities. But again, you look at the foul count, you look at the disparity, and that's hard to overcome. And you wonder, the reason why. It's interesting, since Kenny made his comments publicly about, us, the whistle's changed in this series.
Yeah, you know what else changed? The venue.
Because it's that easy. It's just the venue. That's all. I mean.
Well, you've been talking about it all day.
Guess what? You've been talking about it, too.
It's because I have to respond to your questions.
No, you don't have to respond to anything.
All
I've
right, I'll
heard you
just
be
sit here.
jerky about stuff
My
before.
buddy Don sent me a text the other day.
Oh, good.
Don's a good dude.
Of course, because he's friends with you.
Don, like all of your friends, Andy, had courtside seats for one game. So Don was sitting in some great seats.
Dig, Jeff.
Don was sitting in
I
some.
don't do that to you,
Don
Mister. I sat on the sidelines and interviewed Penny Marshall every night.
Don was
while I was doing
Don
sidelines.
was sitting. He had some great seats, and he was
I don't
sitting.
look very good, Jeff. I can't be on TV tonight.
He was sitting right behind the bench, right behind JB.
Oh, well, here we go. This
And
is
he
insight.
said, and this was when JB was the coach of the Cavs.
This is a ding, by the way.
He said, no, he said,
yes.
Don once heard a referee say to JB that he made a bad call. So the referee said to JB, hey, I made a bad call.
Good for the ref.
And he said, JB replied to him, you haven't made a good call in 20 years. JB complains about and to the refs more than any coach I think I've ever seen. It's fascinating to me that JB ever gets a call. Fascinating. I mean, that guy just chews on the ref's ear all game long. I would think it would work opposite of what he's looking for, but apparently it doesn't.
Did you ever see him win an argument?
Yeah.
But other than that, how do you win the argument after the referee's already made the call?
Because
you know
5
what,
minutes
JB?
later, you get a call that you probably shouldn't get. That's how.
Wow, that's not right.
No, that's the reality, though.
I know, but it's not right, is it?
Well, you see makeup calls all the time. You see them in football. You see them in baseball. You see them in basketball.
Dan, is this officiating story too big for the series?
Yes.
Thank you, Dan. Go play better than the other
I am
team.
the last person that you should ever ask when it comes to officiating, because to me, we all have to play with the same exact thing, and whining about officials gets you nowhere. So hush up and play basketball.
Sounds to me like for JB Bickerstaff, if you listen to Jeff Phelps, who has spent time in these NBA huddles, listening to JB Bickerstaff, that he will get a makeup call if he knows JB's right. And so that goes against what you just said.
Shut up and play basketball.
Yep. Thank you. Go play better than the other team.
I can't control that.
Dan,
that's out of my control.
You know
Why am I focusing on things that I have no control over?
You know what happens when you play better
effort.
than the other team, Dan?
Let me guess, Jeff, you win.
There you go.
That is a waste of effort.
Man.
That's a waste of mental space. That's a waste of execution that your team could be focused in on when you're whining about things you cannot control.
Is that the coach's job to ride the officials, though? Is that his job?
Nope. His job is to coach his team to the best of his ability and have them ready to go win a game.
I believe it was you that said, John Wooden was the guy that sat on the bench the whole time and people said to John Wooden, why aren't you up and down the court? Why aren't you yelling and screaming? He goes, because I've done all that work before we got here to the arena, and if I have to do that, then I didn't do my job. Isn't that what you said?
That's exactly right. And that's exactly what I just said. His job is to coach the team. Well, that's what timeouts are for.
So
during your timeout, you coach your team. Otherwise, you sit there and you watch them do what you've trained them to do. And you've only been at it since September.
Not us, but them. Detroit. I mean, this team has had a new look a little bit around the trade deadline. So, again, I still think some of the problems this team has with inconsistency and, as Chris Rose was talking about, just don't dribble the ball off your foot. Some of that spacing and knowing where guys are. I know they're in the NBA. They all know. They're all great. They're all powerful. They're all knowledgeable. But there still is something to be said for rhythm and having worked together. And I do think that some of the problems that they've had, especially with turnovers and, maybe throwing the ball away or making a pass where a guy didn't turn the right way or went the wrong way, has to do with the fact that they had limited minutes during the regular season. And there were games towards down the stretch where you're like, I wish these guys were playing more together, right? I wish they were. I wish these guys were getting a little bit more time. Hopefully they pulled that all out in the second half of Game 4, and they're ready to roll tonight in Detroit. So we want to know what you think. What do they need to do tonight to get the victory? And are you a little bit more optimistic after a team that was down 0-2 has now made this into a best of 3? It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092. Want to jump in on the Cavaliers tonight in Pistons Game 5, knock yourself off. We're here to talk about it. We'll give you one more run at what we think is going to happen in tonight's game. And again, call us at 216-474-0092 as we get set for this big game tonight. Sometimes we need a slump buster in life, Jeff, and you found a guy that figured out a way to do it.
Did I?
Yes, you did.
That's great. Cal Raleigh, terrific catcher for the Seattle Mariners, big power guy. Today, Jose Ramirez, who's not been hitting very well, Stephen Vogt moved him up to second in the order, trying to get him going a little bit.
Right.
He's walked so far and scored a run in the game. Well, Cal Raleigh had been in a terrible slump. He had gone 0 for 38, I believe is what his streak, his hitless streak was 38 straight at bats.
Mm-hmm.
So his teammate, pitcher Logan Gilbert, gave him an idea because he's 0 for 38, right?
Yeah, you got to do something.
He goes 0 for 36.
Maybe drive to work a different way or something like that.
Logan Gilbert gave him an idea, so Cal Raleigh said, "Okay." After Monday's game, he hit the showers in full uniform.
What?
So he took a shower in full uniform.
He took his spikes off, right? At least, right?
Oh, I didn't ask him, Andy.
Oh, man.
I don't want to talk about a guy disrobing. And so he went 0 for 2. But then got 2 hits.
So I
don't know why Jose's hitting second. Just throw him in the showers, fully clothed.
You're trying to tell me
I'm not telling you. I'm just telling you what he did.
Okay, so he's 0 for 38 or 0 for 36?
It was I think it was 0 for 36, and then he was 0 for 2 on Tuesday, and then he came up with a couple of singles.
And so now you know what happens next. Now he hits a game winner, right? And now the entire team is showering with their uniforms on after the game.
You gotta like that. It's a way to be a team player, Andy.
That's sportsmanship. I'd ask you, but have you ever done anything to like that in your life?
Oh, I like the line of Michael Scott from The Office.
Okay, which is?
I'm not superstitious. I'm just a little stitious.
About what?
Maybe baseball.
So, like, if one of your offspring is playing, do you have superstitious things that you?
Maybe I did.
What are you going to tell us what it is?
No, I am not.
Oh, come on,
no, I
Jeff.
am not.
Dan.
Yeah, that's a tease. That's just mean. That's truly cruel.
That is wrong.
You're in a safe position. No one will judge you here.
No,
can't
do it.
Because you're still in a position to do it? Is that why?
No,
or no?
Can't do it.
Is it because the pair of underwear disintegrated because you wore it so much?
Move along, Dan.
Oh, suddenly Jeff Phelps doesn't want to talk. Mister, I've got a microphone in front of my face for 4 hours, and I'd love to talk. But when it comes to this, I'm not going to talk. How bad could it be, Jeff? Just put us in the genre.
Color.
Oh, so I'm assuming, and I'm not even going to look at you because I don't want to put words in your mouth. I'll look at Dan. I'm assuming that he still wears the same. He wears a consistent color of shirt, shorts, pants, underwear, socks.
I can see that.
Any of his, I'm okay with that. I have no problem with that. I mean,
I may have or may have not worn the exact everything in a second must-win game that one of my offspring may have recently played in.
Did it work?
Yeah.
It worked?
Yeah.
Interesting. I used to be unbelievably superstitious about everything.
Just a little stitious.
I was superstitious about everything. Like, I was on a team that won 30 games in a row, whether I was hitting the ice or not.
Oh, you were in warm-ups?
I did. Oh, it was true.
Which is good for you.
I was good at passing.
Well, Andy,
dude, you should have seen
I mean this seriously.
Yes.
Teams have success based on everybody on the team, and you did your part.
Thank you.
You helped keep the guys sharp in practice.
That's
and
right.
I mean that with complete sincerity.
Well, I mean, I did get some slop time at the end, but
See,
we were 30-0. We all stood in the same spot during the anthem, and I did my job during the anthem.
Nice
That's
job.
all I thought.
It's the way to be, baby.
But then we lost in the end, and I was like, well, why did I do that the whole time? I broke a superstition. This is really bad. You want to hear this one? We got about a minute for this. Dan, you're going to want to hear this one. So I normally would never, ever put the cart before the horse.
No.
Ever, ever. But, the hockey team I was following this year I thought was pretty good. And
So you planned the celebration before the game?
No. We actually there was a football game against a local team where a coach got his 200th win in that, and their booster party already had the party planned for it after a playoff game. I won't give you the city. And they barely won. So he got to do it. And I don't think the coach was real happy that it was planned. And if they would have lost, oh, man, I don't think I would have gone to that party. But going back to this, I had a good feeling about going to Columbus for a state championship. I booked the room a month out.
Bye. Way to go, Baskin.
And they won it.
Oh, hey, where'd he go, Baskin?
So, but it was a little weird. I knew that there were a bunch of other state championships going on. I knew a hotel room was going to be hard to get. And I knew that if I needed to,
you could turn it for a profit.
No, I would have enough days off if for some reason they didn't make it to the state championship that I could still cancel the room and not lose any money the week before. So, but and ever since then, I'm done. I don't care about superstitions anymore. Done with them. Although I still won't step on someone's logo in a locker room, and I won't walk on a white line when I'm walking on the baseball field or softball field. Isn't this all good stuff?
It's great news.
I feel that Dan's excitement is just oozing out of his little prison that he's got there. Do we have a moment of the show, Meredith Kane?
Yes, our moment of the show came from John Schuman, and he was talking about James Harden's role with the Cavs and his potential future in Cleveland.
I still feel like this is a 2-year experiment more than like they traded for him in February and it's a must-win situation for the Cavs in these playoffs. And so, I think they should be better next year, but obviously they still have a chance to win this series, to win the next series if they're playing at their best. I think the most important, like I said it before, like I know how like the difference between their wins and losses is offense. I think like when they're at their best is when they're engaged and active defensively, and he has to be included in that. Like he has to be engaged, active feet, active hands defensively for them to be at their best. Because if he does this thing where he's just sort of standing around on that end of the floor, losing his man on backdoor cuts or just not contesting shots, then they're in trouble. So I think it has to start with him just being engaged defensively.
That was John Schuman from NBA.com. Hughes Norton, Chris Rose, all with us today, and you can catch all those on the Odyssey app. We ask you now, why are you smarter? For listening to Baskin of Helps, it's brought to you by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call at 216-770-5488. Dan Manigan.
Smarter today, courtesy of Hughes Norton. A lot of good stuff about what's coming up in the PGA Championship lock-in, where everything is going with the Liv Golf experiment as well. 922thefan.com, wherever you get your podcasts. Of course, our social media mentions are powered by Schuman Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
Meredith Kane.
I'm smarter because of John Schuman, and he was talking about road teams winning the next 3 games between the Cavs and the Pistons, and that just feels very strange to think about that, considering the Cavs have yet to win a game on the road.
Interesting.
In the postseason, let me clarify. In the postseason,
we got you. We knew what you were saying. Dan and I don't have a red pen. Jeff Phelps.
What's this in my hand, Andy?
A red pen.
There it is.
Doctor.
I'm smarter after Hughes Norton told us that most players on the tour are not very happy that the PGA Championship has been moved to the second major of the season. Hadn't really heard that.
I'll double down on what you said, Jeff, and as Hughes Norton agreed with me, and we all respect Hughes for knowing way more about golf than we'll ever know, that, because they wanted to do this FedEx Championship at the end of the season, Firestone kind of got crushed for having a regular season tour event there. And now they have the seniors. They do a great job with the seniors. But, man, I missed it. I miss having the tour here. Oh, stop looking at me like that. I miss having the tour here in Akron each and every year. Jeff, enjoy the game tonight, really.
Thanks, Andy.
Dig in, have some fun. I'm sure you'll have some chips. You'll be sitting on the couch, right? Fritos?
No, it'll be past dinner time.
Oh.
Try not to eat after dinner. It's not good for you.
Peanuts? You'll put them in the oven? You won't do it. All right, we got to go. Thanks for listening. You know what's coming up next. It's Afternoon Drive. Be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See you, Cleveland. See you. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 10. Afternoon Drive. Next.
And that's the show.
that we need to figure out, and hopefully we can build off of this.
It's a little different playing at home, like game 5, 3-1 and 2-2, a lot different.
It's definitely sustainable. I think just getting a shot on the rim, whether it's for us or whether it's for one of our teammates, I think that's beneficial for our team. So we got to be even better going into game 5 on the road.
We obviously gained some confidence with these 2 wins, and I think we figured some stuff out.
Hostile environment. We've had 2 good games to build off of. It's going to be a lot of fun. I know we're ready for the challenge.
The show is back in about 3 minutes early, thanks to our friends at Baskin & Phelps. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. In fairness, they didn't have another 2 minutes on spiders in them. However, we've got to get to Game 5. Cavs, Pistons.
The PGA Championship joke was right there. But
I know.
It's neither here nor there.
It was low-hanging fruit.
Is that right?
If I'd gone after the PGA thing that we've been pandering to Keith, the spiders joke I felt was more – it was still a shot. It was a more fun shot. I didn't want to take a bad shot at Baskin and Phelps because those were our boos.
Man, does he know his stuff.
Woo!
Woo! Woo!
That kind of sounds like
Zesty
Yoda.
basket.
I don't hate it. That open and playoff montage, courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We salute the Supreme Leader because if we did not, there would be consequences. Jake Murren back on the show.
Yeah.
Come on. Our guy's back and healthy. Feeling good to have him back. He didn't bring the hantavirus into the show.
No, we don't know that
Yet. That's fair point. But he is manning the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Follow along all 5 hours with us. You can see our faces. You can see when we're mad at each other, when we're kind of just schmoozing around. And, of course, follow, subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel, and like our videos. We love to be liked here. And Matt Corrali, oh, yes, on the 2020s. Hi, JP.
Was that like a one clap for Corrali, or did we give up on the clap? What happened there?
I was thinking it was just an all-around clap.
Is that right?
I think we all together have the clap.